Attend, O reader, our tale of wonder. Welcome back to Paper Cuts, everybody. We last week started in on H.G. Wells's The Time Machine, and I had a great time doing so. I really love this book. It's, like I said last week, a childhood favorite of mine, which is very fitting because it's March. It's March as I record this, and I like to do things uh, that I have found I have fond memories about in March. It's kind of a lingering leftover theme from when I had Childhood Games Month in March when I was just a video games guy, and so the Time Machine extending into March is very fitting. Um, oh, I lost my train of thought. There was something about Codex I wanted to put right up front. Oh yeah, book club this month. If you missed out on book club like I did, because I was juggling limes. If you missed out on February's book club stream, we're starting in. We'll be doing. I mean, as a group here, we'll be doing Pinocchio on March. One moment. I had this prepared and then I had to shove dinner in my face. On March 25th at 7 p.m. Eastern, which I actually, depending on the weather, I might actually be in the Eastern time zone for once. But they'll be doing, they'll be discussing Pinocchio, like the public domain Pinocchio by Carlo Collodi. We'll see if we read it on stream here. I need to give it a cursory glance or two and decide where if it belongs in the queue of the upcoming books. It might be one of those things that I read off stream for book club. I should sign up for book club this time because I am. Oh, it's a Saturday though. Um, you know what? No, that's not. That's not the end of the world because the 1st of April is the next Saturday. So calculating. Oh, yeah, disregard. I was having like six thoughts at once there. I probably will be able to make it. So I will definitely sign up for book club this month sometime. Uh, Sometime soon, probably right after stream, to be honest with you. But yeah, that's I have been a little lax in pointing out the dates of book club. Every time I start talking about Codex, which is a group of book reading streamers, of which I am a proud member. They're cool folks and they read cool books, and there's a Discord you can go to. I yell about the book club relatively often, as you know, once a stream, but I do not point out the dates on which book club takes place. I'm just like, oh yeah, they're doing this book this month sometime, so I need to be better about calling out the dates. Uh, so yeah, that's in a nutshell. In a nutshell, yeah, that's what book club is going to be this month. I'm actually really excited about this because, like most public domain books, some volume of the story gets lost in adaptation, and with the Disney adaptations, sometimes a lot of the story gets lost. I mean, look at what when we read Alice in Wonderland and Through the Looking Glass, like those books changed drastically in Disney adaptations. So I'm very curious to see what. Oh, come on, words. That thing I'm specifically supposed to be doing on this stream. I'm very curious to see what the original Pinocchio comes out to be. If it turns out to be more of a grim fairy tale type situation, or like is there that whole bit with the whale in the middle, or was that like just them kind of grafting some Jonah energy into the story? Like what's the deal with the there's a lot of like lingering like things that are left very very vague in the Disney movie. It's like, was that expanded on the book? So Yeah, it's interesting that that we settled on Pinocchio, and I'm very curious to give it a read. Also, isn't there like two or three uh relatively recent adaptations of readaptations of the source material? Like I know Guillermo del Toro was working on one at some point. I digress a great deal. Long story short, Codex is the Twitch team I'm on. It should still be my Twitch team. And the logo's above my head. And they're a group of read streamers, and we're all very cool. um, okay. I lost my train of thought. I had another thing to say before we got started, and I do not recall what it is at all. And it's gonna bother me. Okay, it probably isn't gonna come to me now that I've sat here and fussed about it. Uh, so let's just dive in, shall we? Ooh, I will give everyone one last chance if they really feel like it, to suggest a tea. Otherwise, I will temporarily turn it off until a little before the BRB. I actually might not do that. I lied. I'm not going to do that. But I am going to heartily request that this is the. I am going to very pointedly note that right now is the right now is the moment that you get to pick that you have a shot at picking tea using channel points. Anytime after now ish, uh, anytime after now ish, it's going to get caught at the BRB instead. So here's your moment. I'm giving you your moment. Enjoy your little moment. I gotta wait for stream delay. And then meanwhile, I'm gonna talk about some things that I'm very excited about. Uh, I got my house back. I got my house back. I'm so excited to have my house back. My house finally has escaped living in the shop, and so if everything goes well this weekend, we will be back in my actual house with my actual stream setup, uh, on Tuesday. So that'll be really really nice. I have a fun new thing. I have a fun new game in the works for Tuesday nights. It depending on how much I like it, it might be a more than one Tuesday night thing. Um, yeah, I might even put control up on the shelf for it, depending on how like enthused I am about the game after I've moved back into my house. What else? What else? What else? I had really good dinner tonight, considering how fast I had to throw it together. Uh, I just used like a frozen pizza and like kind of improved it in the same way that you improve a bowl of instant ramen. Just threw some ingredients on top, and I gotta say, uh, frozen pizza is not as good as like if you make the pizza crust yourself and do the whole pizza thing, but it can be a lot better than you expect it to be if you really throw some fun ingredients on there to improve it. I'm always pleasantly surprised when I do so. Oh, I had a couple other things. Mm, I told you all about the new keyboard. I told you all about the new emotes. The new emotes that are Library and Magnus, respectively. Um, oh, there was something else. Oh, I'm working on some fun content off camera that's actually like not just clips from the stream for TikTok. I've got like 4 or 5 scripts written, and I have two or three of them filmed, and I'm working on, voiceover and editing and everything. It's very hard to edit in that short of a form, if you ask me. Oh, I have been working on digitizing my analog media. I'm caught up on my vinyls. I am most of the way caught up on my audio tapes. I don't have any VHS because I don't have the deck for it with me, and I don't want to take the one that I used to digitize the ones I already have with me because of, I don't think it will enjoy being shaken vigorously. If I find a cheap one at a thrift store, then I will get a hold of it. But like, uh, I don't want to imperil equipment that I have a lot of sentimental value on. You know. Uh, Speaking of equipment, I have sentimental value on. My Walkman kicked it. The belt finally perished. I was sitting over here like, man, I wonder how long that belt is gonna last in that Walkman, and it was about this long. It had firmly refused to play, and so I opened it up, and I really had to open it up. I had to like get the service diagram for it and everything, and take it all the way apart. Um, and yeah, it turns out the belt had perished. Like normally the belt's supposed to be about yay big. It was about yay big. For those of you on the podcast, it was about twice the length it was supposed to be. So yeah, I had to buy a new belt. Belt's in the mail. We'll see if I get it in time. But either way, the one good thing about having moved a goodly chunk of my worldly possessions out of my house is now I get to put them back in my house in a much more organized manner because I know exactly what I have and exactly where it can go. I'm literally like taking measurements of my cabinets and like floor space and like designing where things go because I don't know if you know this, but being in the RV, things have to have their place or they just aren't. Because there's not a ton of floor space in there, so everything kind of just has to have its place. So I got like because I had to like 99% empty my cabinets in the process of getting everything in here, everything I needed or was valuable in here. Uh, I can now look at okay, I want to bring this, and this along with me, and not this, and this. And so I get to redesign the like flow of my cabinets with the additional knowledge of this is how the cabinets were not working for me previously. And like there's a bunch of like little things that I'm like I don't need that because I wasn't using it, but I do need this instead. For example, even if the Walkman hadn't kicked it, I have a larger like all-in-one hi-fi thing that does CDs and you can put auxiliary inputs into it through the back and it does tapes. And it also has a radio tuner, but that doesn't really matter anymore. I mean, I guess I could sit there and, old school record stuff over the air, but mm, uh, it also, because it has the auxiliary in the back, I can also use my cellular device to dub new tapes, which is really nice. But I'm bringing it with me because I had got it at a thrift store specifically for the express purpose of I didn't want to sit there and fiddle with trying to digitize tapes from a cheap Walkman. And so I just got one from a thrift store and I was like, this is good enough. But that's something that's coming with me and it also enables me to listen to my vinyl, which I've been like looking around for like cheap speakers for my vinyl turntable for a long time, and I've been dead set on I'm not buying them firsthand. I'm buying them from a thrift store, and I just haven't had any luck. So yeah, now the big tape deck gets to come with me because uh because it lets me throw some headphones on and listen to my vinyl that way. Ooh, that's another thing is my headphones. I've been complaining about them uh, not having both sides of hearing. I got that fixed. Thankfully, the headphones I currently have like a modular cable that you can just pull out and plug in again. Uh, and so I just got a new cable, and that fixed it. I was very worried that I was going to get a new cable, and then it was actually like the plug contact to the board that was going to be busted, but no, we're all good. Uh, have I burbled enough? This was definitely enough time for anyone to say, "Hey, I want you to drink this tea." So, last call is over. Anyone wants to call for tea anymore, you're gonna get it at the BRB. Let's actually get started now that I'm now that I'm you know now that I'm verifiably out of my yawns era, as the kids would say. And let's dive into chapter 8, explanation. So far as I could see, or wait, no. This isn't him talking, this is him describing things, because it's like he is, for those of you who missed last week, he is describing the events of what happened to his dinner party guests. Like, he showed off, at the beginning of the book, a little tiny time machine, and he was like, alright, now come back at this time tomorrow, and I'll show you the full-size one, and it'll be sick. But he kind of got into a whole adventure that he is now describing to his party guests. So, I will explicitly be using this man, the time traveler's voice, when he is speaking, but if he is just describing things, it will be story voice. I wanted to make that clear. So far as I could see, all the world displayed the same exuberant richness as the Thames Valley. Thames? Thames. From every hill I climbed, I saw the same abundance of splendid buildings, endlessly varied in material and style, the same clustering thickets of evergreens, the same blossom-laden trees and tree ferns. Here and there water shone like silver, and beyond the land rose into blue undulating hills, and so faded into the serenity of the sky. A peculiar feature, which presently attracted my attention, was the presence of a certain circular wall, several, as it seemed to me, of a great depth. Or circular wells, even, not walls. One lay by the path up the hill, which I had followed during my first walk. Like the others, it was rimmed with bronze, curiously wrought, and protected by a little cupola from the rain. Sitting by the side of these wells, and peering down into the shafted darkness, I could see no gleam of water, nor could I start any reflection with a lighted match. But in all of them I heard a certain sound, a thud, 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 like the beating of some big engine. I discovered, from the flaring of my matches, that a steady current of air set down the shafts. Furthermore, I threw a scrap of paper into the throat of one, and instead of fluttering slowly down, it was at once sucked swiftly out of sight. Ooh, that was the thing I was forgetting, was the Wells drinking game. H.G. Wells has a very particular set of words that he uses just so much more often than the average writing of the contemporary time. So if you hear any of the following, you should take a drink of water with me. Listen, I'm not your dad. If you're allowed to drink alcohol, go ahead, but drink responsibly, and it will not be responsible to drink alcohol with this. So please drink water. If you hear me say tumult, zenith, for a space, terrible, and peculiar, those words and phrases mean we all have to drink water. Keep an eye out with me. After a time, too, I came to connect these wells with tall towers standing here and there upon the slopes, for above them there was often just such a flicker in the air as one sees on a hot day above a sun-scorched beach. Putting things together, I reached a strong suggestion of an extensive system of subterranean ventilation, whose true import it was difficult to imagine. I was at first inclined to associate it with the sanitary apparatus of these people, that being the obvious conclusion, but I was absolutely wrong. And here I must admit I learned very little of the drains and bells and modes of conveyance and the like conveniences during my time in this real future. In some of these visions of utopias and coming times which I've read, there's a vast amount of detail about building and social arrangements and so forth. But while such details are easy enough to obtain when the whole world's contained in one's imagination, they're altogether inaccessible to a real traveller amid such realities as I've found here. Conceive the tale of London which a Negro fresh from Central Africa would take back to his tribe. Hey, man, we went a whole book without having to do a disclaimer. Uh, yeah, Wizard of Oz. Not disclaimer. Wizard of Oz. We went all of Wizard of Oz without having to fire the disclaimer command. I think, or like we went 99% of it. It is for sure the longest time we've gone without firing a disclaimer. Uh, Friendly reminder that these books are old, and so the allowedness of certain words and semantic implications of describing people in particular ways has shifted, sometimes a great deal. But I'm not smart enough to censor things on the fly, and I don't want to sit here and half censor it and half not censor it, which is what's going to happen if I try. So just please keep in mind when these books were written. They are in the public domain. That said, the ravages of time upon a story do not exempt it from academic interest. And I'm an academic interest. So here we are. Anyway, disclaimer disclaimed. Someone I'm gonna write that down actually, because I've been trying to track time to disclaimers on these books because it's a fun little stat to have. We are at, I would say, 2 hours and 21 minutes into this book. So where did I put that? That's normal books for my normal reading time. Where I have a thing, don't I? Hang on. Oh, I don't. Ugh. Anyway, I seem to have deleted the note where I was originally typing them. It's probably in one of my many backups, but anyway, paper cuts, time to disclaimer. .39% of the way through the book. Anyway, now that I've been thoroughly distracted by the fact that I am not a contemporary of the person who wrote this book, what would you know of railway companies, of social movements? Anyway, we're conceiving the tale of which an outsider suddenly thrust into a random civilization city. In this case, London. What would he know of railway companies, of social movements, of telephone and telegraph wires, of the parcels delivery company and postal orders and that like? And yet we, at least, should be willing enough to explain these things to him. Even if what he knew, how much could he make his untravelled friend either apprehend or believe? Then think how narrow the gap between a Negro and a white man of our own times, and how wide the interval between myself and these of this golden age. I was sensible of much which was unseen, and which contributed to my comfort, but save for a general impression of automatic organization, I fear I can convey very little of the difference to your mind. Yeah, this is the point. The second half of that was the point he's trying to make, which is the past is a foreign country, and tourists get lost easily. Anyway, in the matter of sepulture, for instance, I could see no signs of crematoria, nor anything suggestive of tombs, but it occurred to me that possibly there might be cemeteries or crematoria somewhere beyond the range of my explorings. This, again, was a question I deliberately put to myself, and my curiosity was at first entirely defeated upon the point. The thing puzzled me, and I was led to make a further remark which puzzled me still more, that aged and infirm among these people were none. I must confess that my satisfaction with my first theories of an automatic civilization and a decadent humanity did not long endure. Yet I could think of no other theories. Let me place my difficulties in front of you. The several big palaces I had explored were mere living spaces, great dining halls and sleeping apartments. I could find no machinery, no appliances of any kind. Yet these people were clothed in pleasant fabrics that must at times need renewal, and their sandals, though undecorated, were fairly complex specimens of metalwork. Somehow such things must be made, and the little people displayed no vestige of a creative tendency. There were no shops, no workshops, no sign of importations among them. They spent all their time in playing gently, bathing in the river, making love in a half-playful fashion, and eating fruit and sleeping. I couldn't see how things were going. Sorry, metal shoes? Were metal shoes a common thing at the time? Because my first thought would be like a hide or like a leather of some kind would be a much more immediate source of, shoes. Seems a little bit more comfortable. Like, maybe like the sole of the shoe being made of metal, but then like, you're still gonna need a lot of like, some kind of padding there, whether it's like some kind of like layered fabric padding, or like some kind of like waxed linen, or I don't know, maybe they're large metal clogs, and then they just have like, well, they describe them as sandals. Maybe they have very comfy plush socks. I don't know. Just metal shoes sound very uncomfortable to me. But as implied by the narrative here, I should not be seizing on these details. Let's keep going. Then again, about the time machine. Something, I knew not what, had taken it into the hollow pedestal of the White Sphinx. Why? For the life of me, I couldn't imagine those waterless wells, too, those flickering pillars. I felt I lacked a clue. I felt, how should I put it? Suppose you found an inscription with sentences here and there in excellent plain English, and interpolated therewith others made up of words, of letters even, absolutely unknown to you. Well, on the third day of my visit, that was how the world of 802,701 presented itself to me. Uh, I want to type out the year that this is, because he's writing it very weird. So he's all the way in 802. Yeah, 802,000. The and in the middle, 802, is throwing me off. 802,701 AD. I guess it's CE now, isn't it? It's BCE and CE. Is that what the those acronyms have been rebranded to, or acronyms, initialisms, I guess. I don't know. Regardless, it would have been Anno Domini at the time of this being written. I think the ands in this are throwing me off. I'm used to a number being a number, and then and notating the decimal point when you're reading a number. So, like, Wells is reading this 802,701, but I read this as 802,701. Like, there's not ands in there, because the and, like, I had a very particular English teacher about this, who said, "Oh, and denotes the decimal point. It's why we say $5.50." You know. So I'm just like there's at least two more ands in there that makes sense to the way I was taught. But like, if you sit and think about it for more than half a second, it makes sense. There's 802 thousands, and then there's 700s, and then there's one. Like, it makes sense if you think with your brain, but reading it aloud, I'm like, oh, that's wrong. Very distractible tonight. Where was I? Uh, yeah, that's where I was. That day, too, I made a friend of a sort. It happened that as I was watching some of the little people bathing in a shallow, one of them was seized with a cramp and began drifting downstream. The main current ran rather swiftly, but not too strongly, even for a moderate swimmer. It'll give you an idea, therefore, of the strange deficiency in these creatures, when I tell you that none made the slightest attempt to rescue the weakly crying little thing that was drowning before their eyes. When I realized this, I hurriedly slipped off my clothes, and wading in at a point lower down, caught the poor mite and drew her safe to land. A little rubbing of the limbs soon brought her round, and I had the satisfaction of seeing she was all right before I left her. I'd gotten to such a low estimate of her kind that I didn't expect any gratitude from her, but in that, however, I was wrong. This happened in the morning. In the afternoon I met my little woman, as I believe it was, as I was returning towards my center from an exploration, and she received me with cries of delight and presented me with a big garland of flowers, evidently made for me and me alone. The thing took my imagination. Very possibly I'd been feeling desolate. At any rate, I did my best to display my appreciation of the gift. We were soon seated together in a little stone arbor, engaged in conversation, chiefly one of smiles. The creature's friendliness affected me exactly as a child might have done. We passed each other flowers, and she kissed my hands. I did the same to hers, and then I tried talk and found that her name was Weena, which, though I don't know what it meant, somehow seemed appropriate enough. That was the beginning of a queer friendship, which lasted a week and ended, well, I'll tell you how it ended. She was exactly like a child. She wanted to be with me always. She tried to follow me everywhere, and on my next journey out and about, it went to my heart to tie her down and leave her at last, exhausted and calling after me rather plaintively. But the problems of the world had to be mastered. I had not, I said to myself, come into the future to carry on a miniature flirtation. Yet her distress when I left her was very great. Her expostulations at the parting were sometimes frantic, and I think, altogether, I had as much trouble as I did comfort from her devotion. Nevertheless, she was, somehow, a very great comfort. I thought it was mere childish affection that made her cling to me. Until it was too late, I did not clearly know what I'd inflicted upon her when I left her. Nor until it was too late did I clearly understand what she was to me. For merely having seemed fond of me, and showing in her weak, futile way that she cared for me, the little doll of a creature presently gave my return to the neighborhood of the White Sphinx almost the feeling of coming home, and I would watch for her tiny figure of white and gold so soon as I came over the hill. It was from her, too, that I learnt the fear had not yet left the world. She was fearless enough in the daylight, and she made the oddest confidence in me. For once, in a foolish moment, I made threatening grimaces at her, and she simply laughed at them. But she dreaded the dark, dreaded shadows, dreaded black things. Darkness, to her, was the one thing dreadful. I don't know, y'all. You think it's full of dread? Four little dreads in that sentence. It was a singularly passionate emotion. It set me thinking and observing. I discovered then, among other things, that these little people gathered into the houses after dark and slept in droves. To enter upon them without a light was to put them into a tumult of apprehension. That's a tumult, gang. Everybody drink. Everybody get your water. Take a nice hearty sip. Stay hydrated. I never found one out of doors, or one sleeping alone within doors after dark. Yet I was still such a blockhead that I missed the lesson of that fear, and in spite of Weena's distress, I insisted upon sleeping away from these slumbering multitudes. It troubled her greatly, but in the end her odd affection for me triumphed, and for 5 of the nights of our acquaintance, including the last night of all, she slept with her head pillowed on my arm. But my story slips away from me as I speak of her. Must have been the night before her rescue that I was awakened about dawn. I'd been restless, dreaming most disagreeably that I'd drowned, and their sea anemones feeling all over my face with their soft palps. I woke with a start, and with an odd fancy that some greyish animal had rushed out of the chamber. I tried to get to sleep again, but I felt restless and uncomfortable. It was that dim gray hour when things are just creeping out of darkness, when everything's colorless and clear-cut and yet so unreal. I got up and went down into the great hall, and so out upon the flagstones in front of the palace. I thought I would make a virtue of necessity and see the sunrise. The moon was setting, and the ghastly moonlight and first pallor of dawn were mingled in a ghastly half-light. The bushes were inky black, the ground a somber gray, the sky colorless and cheerless, and up the hill I thought I could see ghosts. Several times, as I scanned the slope, I saw white figures. Twice I fancied I saw a solitary, white, ape-like creature running rather quickly up the hill, and once, near the ruins, I saw a leash of them carrying some dark body. They moved hastily. I didn't see what became of them. It seemed that they vanished among the bushes. The dawn was still indistinct, you must understand. I was feeling that chill, uncertain, early morning feeling you might have known, and I doubted my eyes. As the eastern sky grew brighter and the light of day came on with its vivid coloring, returning to the world once more, I scanned the view keenly, but I saw no vestiges of my white figures. They were mere creatures of the half-light. They must have been ghosts, I said. I wonder whence they dated. For a queer notion of Grant Allen's came into my head and amused me. If each generation die and leave ghosts, was his argument, the world would at last get overcrowded with them. On that theory they would have grown some innumerable number in the 800,000 years since, and it was no great wonder to see 4 at once, but the jest was unsatisfying. I was thinking of these figures all the morning, until Weena's rescue drove them out of my head. I associated them in some indefinite way with a white animal I'd startled in my first passionate search for the time machine. But Weena was a pleasant substitute. Yet all the same they were soon destined to take far deadlier possession of my mind. I think I've said how much hotter than our own was the weather of this golden age. I cannot account for it. It might be the sun was hotter, the earth nearer the sun. It's usual to assume the sun will go on cooling steadily in the future, but people unfamiliar with such speculations as those of the younger Darwin forget that planets must ultimately fall back one by one into their parent body. As these catastrophes occur, the sun will blaze with renewed energy, and it may be that some inner planet had suffered this fate. Whatever the reason, the fact remains the sun was very much hotter than we knew it. One very hot morning, my 4th there, I think, as I was seeking shelter from the heat and glare in a colossal ruin near the great house where I slept and fed, there happened a strange thing. Clambering along those heaps of masonry, I found a narrow gallery whose end and side windows were blocked by fallen masses of stone. By contrast with the brilliancy outside, it seemed at first impenetrably dark to me. I entered it groping, for the change from light to blackness made spots of color swim before me. Suddenly I halted spellbound. A pair of eyes, luminous by reflection against the daylight without, was watching me out of the darkness. The old instinctive dread of wild beasts came upon me. I clenched my hands and steadfastly looked into those glaring eyeballs. I was afraid to turn. Then the thought of the absolute security in which humanity appeared to be living came to my mind. Then I remembered that strange terror of the dark. Overcoming my fear to some extent, I advanced a step and spoke. I'll admit that my voice was harsh and ill-controlled. I put out my hand and touched something soft. At once the eyes darted sideways and something white ran past me. I turned with my heart in my mouth and saw a queer little ape-like figure, its head held down in a peculiar manner, running across the sunlit space behind me. It blundered against a block of granite, staggered aside, and in a moment was hidden in a black shadow beneath another pile of ruined masonry. My impression of it is, of course, imperfect, but I know it was a dull white and had strange, large, grayish-red eyes, also that there were flaxen hairs on its head and down its back. But as I say, it went too fast for me to see distinctly. I cannot even say whether it ran on all fours, or only with its forearms held very low. After an instant's pause, I followed it into the second heap of ruins. I couldn't find it at first, but after a time in the profound obscurity, I came upon one of those round, well-like openings of which I have told you, half closed by a fallen pillar. A sudden thought came to me. Could this thing have vanished down that shaft? I lit a match, and looking down, I saw a small, white, moving creature with large, bright eyes that regarded me steadfastly as it retreated. It made me shudder. It was so much like a humanoid spider. It was clambering down the wall, and now I saw, for the first time, a number of metal foot and hand rests forming a kind of ladder down the shaft. Then the light burned my fingers and fell out of my hand, going out as it dropped, and when I had lit another, the little monster had disappeared. I do not know how long I sat peering down that well. It was not for some time that I could succeed in persuading myself the thing I'd seen was human. But gradually the truth dawned on me that man had not remained one species, differentiating instead into two distinct animals, that my graceful children of the upper world were not the sole descendants of our generation, but that this bleached, obscene, nocturnal thing which had flashed before me was an heir to all the ages. I thought of the flickering pillars, and so of my theory of an underground ventilation, began to suspect their true import. And what, I wondered, was this lemur doing in my scheme of a perfectly balanced organization? How was it related to the indolent serenity of the beautiful overworlders? What was hidden down there at the foot of that shaft? I sat upon the edge of the well, telling myself that at any rate there was nothing to fear, that there I must descend for the solution of my difficulties. And withal, I was absolutely afraid to go. As I hesitated, two of the beautiful upper-world people came running in their amorous sport across the daylight in their shadow. The male pursued the female, flinging flowers at her as he ran. They seemed distressed to find me, my arm against the overturned pillar, peering down the well. Apparently it was considered bad form to remark upon these apertures, for when I pointed to this one and tried to frame a question about it in their tongue, they were still more visibly distressed and turned away. But they were interested by my matches, and I struck some to amuse them. I tried them again about the well, and again I failed. So presently I left them, meaning to go back to Weena and see what I could get from her. But my mind was already in revolution. My guesses and impressions were slipping and sliding to a new adjustment. I had now a clue to the import of these wells, to the ventilating towers, to the mystery of the ghosts, to say nothing of a hint at the meaning of the bronze gates, of the fate of the time machine. Very vaguely there came a suggestion toward the solution of that economic problem that had puzzled me. Here was the new view. Plainly, this second species of man was subterranean. There were three circumstances in particular which made me think that its rare emergence above ground was the outcome of a long-continued underground habit. In the first place, there was the bleached look common in most animals that live largely in dark. The white fish of those Kentucky caves, for instance. Then those large eyes with the capacity for reflecting light. They're common of all nocturnal things. Witness the owl and the cat, for example. Last of all, that evident confusion in the sunshine, the hasty yet fumbling awkward flight toward dark shadow, and that peculiar carriage of the head while in the light. They all reinforce the theory of an extreme sensitiveness of the retina. Beneath my feet, then, the earth must be tunneled enormously. These tunnelings were the habitat of that new race. The presence of the ventilating shafts and wells upon the hill slopes, everywhere in fact, except along the river valley, showed how universal were its ramifications. What was so natural, then, as to assume that it was in this artificial underworld that such work was necessary to the comfort of the daylight race was done? The notion was so plausible that I at once accepted it, and went on to assume the how of the splitting of the human species. I dare say you'll anticipate the shape of my theory, though for myself I very soon felt that it fell far short of the truth. At first, proceeding from the problems of our own age, it seemed clear as daylight to me that the gradual widening of the present, merely temporary and social difference between the capitalist and the laborer was the key to the whole position. No doubt it'll seem grotesque enough to you, wildly incredible even, and yet even now there are existing circumstances that point that way. There's a tendency to utilize underground space for the less ornamental purposes of civilization. Take the Metropolitan Railway in London. There's those new electric railways, there's subways, there's underground workrooms and restaurants. They increase and multiply over time. Evidently, I thought this tendency had increased until industry had gradually lost its birthright in the sky. I mean that it had gone deeper and deeper into a larger and ever larger underground facility, spending a still increasing amount of its time therein until the end. Well, even now does not an East End worker live in such artificial conditions as to practically be cut off from the natural surface of the earth? Again, the exclusive tendency of richer people, due no doubt to the increasing refinement of their education and the widening gulf between them and the rude violence of the poor, it's already leading to the closing, in their interest, of considerable portions of the surface of the land. About London, for instance, perhaps half the prettier country is shut in against intrusion. This same widening gulf, which is due to the length and expense of the higher educational process, its increased faculties for and temptations toward refined habits on the part of the rich, it'll make that exchange between class and class, that promotion by intermarriage, which at present retards the splitting of our species along lines of social stratification, less and less frequent. So in the end, above ground, you must have the haves pursuing their pleasure and their comfort and beauty and so on. Below ground, the have-nots, the workers getting continually adapted to the conditions of their labor. Once they were there, they would no doubt have to pay rent, and not a little of it, for the ventilation of their caverns. If they refused, they'd starve or be suffocated for arrears. Such of them as were so constituted to be miserable and rebellious would die, and in the end, the balance being permanent, the survivors would become as well adapted to the conditions of underground life and as happy in their way as the overworld people were to theirs. As it seemed to me, the refined beauty and attenuated pallor followed naturally enough. Attenuated has to mean something like pale, doesn't it? I mean that's the immediate meaning I draw from context there. You know, I was making a joke about this being an isekai novel, because like, oh, the future's a foreign country. This is this is also secretly wait a minute. Zoom and enhance. Is there something in my chat right now? Wait a minute. Hang on. I've been distracted from my bit I'm doing here. What's that say? I didn't do it. I didn't type anything, and it says I typed something. Oh, oh! That I did type that. That's the year. I didn't notice that. I was like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Has one of the cats jumped on the keyboard without me noticing? No. It was just me typing the year, and it looks a little odd in this font. Where was I? I was making a joke about this is secretly a cyberpunk novel. I mean, really, it is shockingly cyberpunk in its oh no, I lost the word. In its sensibility here. I mean, the way that this is immediately being described by the time traveler very much like suggests to me that it's like Wells was just like, what if I projected our current life dynamic forward into the future, but he's very directly like looking at the camera and saying, what if I projected our current life dynamic forward into the future and amplified it up to 15 to make it as bad as possible? Which follows in the line of cyberpunk. Hot take: The Time Machine is the first cyberpunk novel. That's right, I said it. Oh, but Nestor, it's steampunk because uh huh. But it was at the time it was written, the technology was cutting edge, and you know what that makes it? Cyberpunk. Anyway, I digress. Where was I? haves and have-nots, something about that. Yeah, like the pay, like specifically the thing that made me go, I should goof about this is the if they refused, they would starve or suffocate for their arrears. That is peak cyberpunk. Just, oh, you have to pay for air, you know? Oh, I was gonna look up affiliated. That's what I actually stopped for, and then I was like, wait a minute. Dictionary, please. Look up in Google Dictionary. Affiliated, of a plant, pale and drawn out due to a lack of light. Alternatively, having lost vigor or substance, feeble. I'm here for that's a great like synonym for feeble. Nobody's gonna know what you say when you mean it, but that's a good one. I like that. That's the word of the day today, apparently. Affiliated. Etiolated, maybe? Either way, it's a good synonym for feeble. I will perhaps keep that and be like, I'm feeling affiliated today. Because I'm already so pale. Anyway, I digress a great deal. Back to the story we were reading. The great triumph of humanity I had dreamed of took a different shape in my mind. It had been no such triumph of moral education and general cooperation as I had imagined. Instead, I saw a real aristocracy, armed with a perfected science and working to a logical conclusion the industrial system of today. Its triumph had not been simply a triumph over nature, but a triumph over nature and their fellow man. This, I must warn you, was my theory at the time. I had no convenient cicerone in the pattern of the utopian books. My explanation may be absolutely wrong, but I still think it is the most plausible one. But even on this supposition, the balanced civilization that was at last attained must have long since passed its zenith, and was now far, far fallen into decay. Zenith is one of our take a drink words. So everybody take a drink. The too perfect security of the overworlders had led them to a slow movement of degeneration, to a general dwindling in size, strength, and intelligence. That I could see clearly enough already. What had happened to the undergrounders I did not yet expect, but from what I'd seen of those Morlocks, that was, by the name by which these creatures were called, I could imagine that the modification of the human race was even far more profound than among the Aloy, the beautiful race that I already knew. Then came the troublesome doubts. Why'd the Morlocks taken my time machine? I felt sure it was they who had taken it. Why, too, if the Aloy were masters, could they not restore the machine to me? And why were they so terribly afraid of the dark? I proceeded, as again I've said, to question Weena about the underworld, but here again I was disappointed. At first she would not understand my questions, and presently she refused to answer them. She shivered as though the topic was unendurable, and when I pressed her, perhaps a little harshly, she burst into tears. They were the only tears, except my own, that I ever saw in that golden age. When I saw them, I ceased abruptly to trouble about the Morlocks, was only concerned, instead, in banishing these signs of her human inheritance from Weena's eyes. And very soon, once again, she was smiling and clapping her hands, while I solemnly burnt a match. Chapter 9. The Morlocks. It may seem odd to you, but it was 2 days before I could follow up the newfound clue in what was manifestly the proper way. I felt a peculiar shrinking from those pallid bodies. They were just the half-bleached color of the worms and things one sees preserved in spirits in a zoological museum. They were filthily cold to the touch, beside. Probably my shrinking was largely due to the sympathetic influence of the Aloy, whose disgust of the Morlocks I now began to appreciate. The next night I did not sleep well. Probably my health was a little disordered. I was oppressed with perplexity and doubt. Once or twice I had a definite feeling of intense fear, for which I could perceive no definite reason. I remember creeping noiselessly into the great hall where the little people were sleeping in the moonlight. That night Weena was among them, and feeling reassured by their presence. It occurred to me even then that in the course of a few days the moon must pass through its last quarter, and the nights grow dark when the appearances of these unpleasant creatures from below, these whitened lemurs, these new vermin that had replaced the old, might be more abundant. And on both these days I had the restless feeling of one who shirks an inevitable duty. I felt assured the time machine was only to be recovered by boldly penetrating those mysteries of the underground, yet I could not face the mystery. If only I had had a companion it would have been different, but I was so horribly alone, and even to clamber down into the darkness of that well, it appalled me. I don't know if you'll understand my feeling, but I never quite felt safe at my back. It was this restlessness, this insecurity perhaps, that drove me farther and farther afield in my exploring expeditions. Going to the southwestward, toward the rising country that's now called Combe Wood, I observed, far off in the direction of 19th century Banstead, a vast green structure different in character from any that I had hitherto seen. It was larger than the largest of the palaces or ruins that I'd seen so far. The facade had an oriental look, the face of it having the luster as well as the pale green tint, a kind of bluish green of a certain type of Chinese porcelain. The difference in aspect suggested a difference in use, and I was minded to push on and explore, but the day was growing late. I'd come upon the site of the place after a long and tiring circuit, so I resolved to hold over the adventure for the following day, and return to the welcome and caresses of little Weena. But the next morning I perceived clearly enough that my curiosity regarding the palace of green porcelain was a piece of self-deception, to enable me to shirk by another day an experience I dreaded. I resolved I'd make the descent without a further waste of time, and started out in the early morning towards a well near the ruins of granite and alumina. Little Reno ran with me. She danced beside me to the well, but when she saw me lean over the mouth and look downward, she looked strangely disconcerted. "Goodbye, little Weena," I said, kissing her, and then putting her down, I began to feel over the parapet. Or rather, "Goodbye, little Weena," I said, kissing her, and then putting her down, I began to feel over the parapet for the climbing hooks, rather hastily, as I may well confess, for I feared my courage might leak away from me. At first she watched me in amazement, then she gave a most piteous cry. Excuse me. And then she gave a most piteous cry, and running to me, she began to pull at me with her little hands. I think her opposition nerved me rather to proceed. I shook her off, perhaps a little roughly, and in another moment I was in the throat of the well. I saw her agonized face over the parapet, and smiled to reassure her. Then I had to look down at the unstable hooks to which I had clung. I had to clamber down a shaft of perhaps 200 yards. The descent was effected by means of metallic bars projecting from the sides of the well, and these being adapted to the needs of a creature much smaller and lighter than myself, I was speedily cramped and fatigued by the descent. Not simply fatigued, one of the bars bent suddenly under my weight, and almost swung me off into the blackness beneath. For a moment I hung by one hand, and after that experience I didn't dare to rest again. Though my arms and back were presently acutely painful, I went on clambering down the sheer descent with as quick a motion as possible. Glancing upward, I saw the aperture, a small blue disk in which a star was visible, while little Weena's head showed as a round black projection. The thudding sound of machines grew louder and more oppressive. Everything save that little disk above was profoundly dark. When I looked up again, Weena had disappeared. I was in an agony of discomfort. I had some thought of trying to go up the shaft again and leave the underworld alone, but even while I turned this over in my mind, I continued to descend. At last, with intense relief, I saw dimly, coming up a foot to the right of me, a slender loophole in the wall. Swinging myself in, I found it was the aperture of a narrow horizontal tunnel in which I could lie down and rest. It was not too soon, even. My arms ached, my back was cramped, I was trembling with the prolonged terror of a fall. Beside this, the unbroken darkness had a distressing effect upon my eyes. The air was full of throbbing and humming machinery pumping air down the shaft. I do not know how long I lay there. I was aroused by a soft hand touching my face. Starting up in the darkness, even, I snatched at my matches and hastily striking when I saw there 3 stooping white creatures, similar to the one I'd seen above the ground in the ruin, hastily retreating before the light. Living as they did in what appeared to me impenetrable darkness, their eyes were abnormally large and sensitive, just as the pupils are of abysmal fishes, and they reflected the light in the same way. I have no doubt they could see me in that rayless obscurity, and they did not seem to have any fear of me apart from fear of the light. But as soon as I struck a match in order to see them, they fled incontinently, vanishing into dark gutters and tunnels from which their eyes glared at me in the strangest fashion. I tried to call to them, but the language they had was apparently different from that of the overworld people, so that I was needs left to my own unaided efforts, and the thought of flight before exploration was even then in my mind. But I said to myself, you're in for it now. And feeling my way along the tunnel, I found the noise of machinery grow louder. Presently the walls fell away from me, and I came to a large open space, and, striking another match, saw that I'd entered a vast arched cavern, which stretched into utter darkness beyond the range of my light. The view I had of it was much as one would see in the burning of a match. Necessarily, my memory is very vague about the place. Great shapes like big machines arose out of the dimness, and cast grotesque black shadows, in which dim, spectral Morlocks sheltered from the glare. The place, by the by, was very stuffy and oppressive, and the faint halitus of freshly shed blood was in the air. Some way down the central vista was a little table of white metal, laid with what seemed a meal. The Morlocks, at any rate, were carnivorous. Even at the time, I remember wondering what large animal could have survived to furnish the red joint that I saw. It was all very indistinct, the heavy smell, big unmeaning shapes, obscene figures lurking in the shadows, only waiting for the darkness to come at me again. Then the match burnt down and stung my fingers, and fell, a wriggling red spot in the blackness. I have thought since how particularly ill-equipped I was for such an experience. When I'd started with the time machine, I'd started with the absurd assumption that the men of the future would certainly be infinitely ahead of ourselves in all their appliances. I'd come without arms, without medicine, without anything to smoke. At times I missed tobacco frightfully, even without enough matches. If only I'd thought of a kodak. I could have flashed that glimpse of the underworld in a second, and examined it at leisure, but as it was, I stood there with only the weapons and the powers that nature endowed me with. Hands, feet, and teeth there, and 4 safety matches that still remained to me. I was afraid to push my way in among all this machinery in the dark, and it was only with my last glimpse of light I discovered the store of my matches had run low. It never occurred to me until that moment there was any need to economize them, and I had wasted almost half the box in astonishing the overworlders to whom fire was a novelty. Now, as I say, I had 4 left. While I stood in the dark, a hand touched mine. Lank fingers came feeling over my face. I was sensible of a peculiar, unpleasant odor. I fancied I heard the breathing of a crowd of those dreadful little beings about me. I felt the box of matches in my hand being gently disengaged, and the others behind me plucking at my clothing. The sense of these unseen creatures examining me was undescribably unpleasant. The sudden realization of my ignorance of their ways and thinking came home to me very vividly in the darkness. I shouted at them as loudly as I could. They started away, and then I could feel them approaching me again. They clutched at me more boldly, whispering odd sounds to each other. I shivered violently and shouted again, rather discordantly. This time they were not so seriously alarmed, and they made a queer laughing noise as they came back at me. I'll confess I was horribly frightened. I determined to strike another match and escape under the protection of its glare. I did so, and eking out the flicker with a scrap of paper from my pocket, I made good my retreat to the narrow tunnel. But I had scarce entered this when my light was blown out, and in the blackness I could hear the Morlocks rustling like wind among the leaves, and pattering like the rain as they hurried after me. In a moment I was clutched by several hands. There was no mistaking they were trying to haul me back. I struck another light and waved it in their dazzled faces. You can scarce imagine how nauseatingly inhuman they looked, those pale, chinless faces and great, lidless, pinkish-gray eyes. They stared in their bewilderment and their blindness. But when I did not stay to look, I did not stay to look, I promise you. I retreated again when my second match had ended. I struck my third. It almost burned through when I reached the opening into the shaft. Lay down on the edge for the throb of the... I lay down on the edge of it, but the throb of the great pump below made me giddy. Then I felt sideways for the projecting books, and as I did so, my feet were grasped from behind. I was violently tugged backward. I lit my last match, and it incontinently went out. But I had my hand on the climbing bars now, and kicking violently, disengaged myself from the clutches of the Morlocks, and was speedily clambering up the shaft, while they stayed jeering and peering and blinking up at me, all but one little wretch who'd followed me for some way, and then well nigh secured my boot as a trophy. That climb seemed indeterminable to me. With the last 20 or 30 feet of it, a deadly nausea came upon me. I had the greatest difficulty in keeping my hold. The last few years were a frightful struggle against all this faintness. Several times my head swam, and I felt all the sensations of falling. At last, however, I got over the well month somehow, and staggered out of the ruin into the blinding sunlight. Fell upon my face. Even the soil smelt sweet and clean. Then I remembered Weena kissing my hands and ears, and the voices of others talking among the Eloi. Then, for a time, I was insensible. How are we looking? 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay, we'll probably take our intermission around 11 or 12 then. Chapter 11 or chapter 12 for context. So if you have a tea order in mind and want me to make it for the BRB, request at any time between now and chapter 12, and it will be done. But as soon as we're done with chapter 12, that's the cutoff, okay? So anytime between now, chapter 10, and the beginning of chapter 13 when we take our BRB. Let's keep going before I talk too much and also become insensible. Chapter 10, When Night Came. Now indeed I seemed in a worse case than before. Hitherto, except during my night's anguish at the loss of the time machine, I'd felt a sustaining hope of ultimate escape, but that hope was staggered by these new discoveries. Hitherto I merely thought myself impeded by the childish simplicity of the little people, by some unknown forces which I only had to understand to overcome, but there was an altogether new element in the sickening quality of the Morlocks, something inhuman and malign. Instinctively I loathed them. Before I had felt as a man might feel who'd fallen into a pit. My concern was with the pit and how to get out of it. Now, however, I felt like a beast in a trap whose enemy would come upon him soon. The enemy I dreaded may surprise you. It was the darkness of the new moon. Weena had put this into my head by some at first incomprehensible remarks about the dark nights. It was not now such a very difficult problem to guess what the coming dark nights might mean. The moon was on the wane. Each night there was a longer interval of darkness. And now I understood to some slight degree, at least, the reason of the fear of the little upper world people for the dark. I wondered vaguely what foul villainy it might be that the Morlocks did under the new moon. I felt pretty sure now that my second hypothesis was all wrong. The upper world people might have once been the favorite aristocracy, and the Morlocks their mechanical servants, but that had long since passed away. The two species that had resulted from the evolution of man were sliding down towards, or had already arrived at, an altogether new relationship. The Eloi, like the Carolingian kings, had decayed to a mere beautiful futility. Let me try that one again. The Eloi, like the Carolingian kings, had decayed to a mere beautiful futility. They still possessed the earth on sufferance. since the Morlocks, subterranean for innumerable generations, had come at last to find the daylit surface tolerable. Drop my phone. And the Morlocks made their garments, I inferred, and maintained them in their habitual needs, perhaps through the survival of an old habit of service. They did it as a standing horse paws with his foot, or as a man enjoys killing animal in sport, because ancient and departed necessities had impressed it upon the organism. But clearly, the old order was already in part reversed. The nemesis of the delicate ones was creeping on apace. Ages ago, thousands of generations ago, man had thrust his brother man out of the ease and the sunshine, and now that brother was coming back, changed. Already the Aloy had begun to learn one lesson anew. They were becoming reacquainted with fear. And suddenly there came into my head the memory of the meat I'd seen in the underworld. It seemed odd how it floated into my mind, not stirred up, as it were, by the current of my meditations, but coming in almost like a question from outside. I tried to recall the form of it. I had a vague sense of something familiar, but I couldn't tell what it was at the time. Still, however helpless the little people in the presence of their mysterious fear, I was differently constituted. I came out of this age of ours, this ripe prime of the human race, when fear does not paralyze and mystery has lost its terrors. I at least would defend myself. Without further delay, I determined to make myself arms and a fastness where I might sleep. With that refuge as a base, I could face this strange world with some of that confidence I had lost in realizing to what creatures night by night I had lain exposed. I felt I could never sleep again until my bed was secure from them. I shuddered with horror to think how they must have already examined me. I wandered that afternoon along the valley of the Thames, but found nothing that commended itself to my mind as inaccessible. All the buildings and trees seemed so easily practicable to such dexterous climbers as the Morlocks to judge their wells must be. Or the Morlocks, to judge by their wells, must be. Then the tall pinnacles of the palace of green porcelain, and the polished gleam of its walls came back to my memory, and in the evening, taking Weena like a child upon my shoulder, I went up the hills toward the southwest. The distance, I had reckoned, was 7 or 8 miles, but it must have been nearer 18. I had at first seen the place on a moist afternoon when distances are deceptively diminished. In addition, the heel of one of my shoes was loose. A nail was working through the sole. They were comfortable old shoes I wore about indoors after all, and so that made me lame. It was already long past sunset when I came in sight of the palace, silhouetted black against the pale yellow of the sky. Weena had been hugely delighted when I began to carry her, but after a while she desired me to let her down, and ran along by the side of me, occasionally darting off on either hand to pick flowers to stick in my pockets. My pockets had always puzzled Weena, but at last she concluded they were an eccentric kind of vase for floral decoration. At least she utilized them for that purpose. That reminds me, in changing my jacket, I found... The time-traveler paused, put his hand into his jacket, and silently placed 2 withered flowers, not quite unlike 2 large mallows, upon the little table, and then resumed his narrative. I'm just dropping everything tonight. Good heavens. As the hush of evening crept over the world and we proceeded over the hill crest toward Wimbledon, Weena grew tired and wanted to return to the house of grey stone, but I pointed out the distant pinnacles of the palace of green porcelain to her, and contrived to make her understand that we were seeking a refuge there from her fear. You know that great pause that comes upon things before the dusk. Even the breeze stops in the trees. To me there is always an air of expectation about that evening stillness. The sky was clear, remote, and empty, save for a few horizontal bars far, far down in the sunset. Well, that night the expectation took the color out of my fears. In that darkling calm, my senses seemed preternaturally sharpened. I fancied I could even feel the hollowness of the ground beneath my feet, could indeed almost see through it the Morlocks on their ant-hill, going hither and thither and waiting for the dark. In my excitement I fancied they would receive my invasion of their burrows as a declaration of war. Why had they taken my time machine? So we went on in the quiet, and the twilight deepened into night. The clear blue of the distance faded, and one star after another came out. The ground grew dim, and the trees blackened. Leena's fears and her fatigue grew upon her. I took her in my arms and talked to her and caressed her. Then, as the darkness grew deeper, she put her arms round my neck, and closing her eyes, tightly pressed her face against my shoulder. So we went down a long slope into a valley, and there in the dimness I almost walked into a little river. In this I waded and went up the opposite side of the valley, past a number of sleeping houses, and by a statue, a faun or some such figure, minus the head. Here, too, were acacias. So far I'd seen nothing of the Morlocks, but it was yet early in the night, and the darker hours before the old moon rose were still to come. From the brow of the next hill I saw a thick wood spreading wide and black before me. I hesitated at this. I could see no end to it either to the right or the left. Feeling tired, my feet in particular were very sore. I carefully lowered Weena from my shoulder as I halted and sat down upon the turf. I could no longer see the palace of green porcelain, and I was in doubt of my direction. I looked into the thicknesses of the wood and thought what it might hide. Under that dense tangle of branches one would be out of sight of the stars. Even then, there were no lurking dangers, a danger I didn't care to let my imagination loose upon. There would still be all the roots to stumble over, and the tree boles to strike against. I was very tired, too, after the excitements of the day, so I decided that I would not face it, but had passed the night instead upon the open hill. Weena, I was glad to find, was fast asleep. I carefully wrapped her in my jacket and sat down beside her to wait for the moonrise. The hillside was quiet and deserted, but from the black of the wood there came now and then a stir of living things. Above me shone the stars, for the night was very clear. I felt a certain sense of friendly comfort in their twinkling. All the old constellations had gone from the sky. However, that slow movement, which is imperceptible in 100 human lifetimes, had long since rearranged them into unfamiliar groupings. But the Milky Way, it seemed to me, was still the same tattered streamer of stardust as of yore. Southward, I judged it, was a very bright red star that was new to me. It was even more splendid than our own green Sirius, and amid all these scintillating points of light, one bright planet shone kindly and steadily, like the face of an old friend. Looking at these stars suddenly dwarfed my own troubles and all the gravities of terrestrial life. I thought of their unfathomable distance, their slow, inevitable drift of their movements out of the unknown, past into that unknown future. I thought of the great precessional cycle that the pole of the earth describes. Only 40 times had the silent revolution occurred during all the years that I'd transitioned, but the complex organizations, the nations, languages, literatures, aspirations, even the mere memory of man as I knew him had been swept out of their existence. Instead, there were these somewhat frail creatures who had forgotten their high ancestry, and the white things of which I went in terror. Then I thought of the great fear which was between the two species. For the first time, I had seen what might be. Yet it was too horrible. I looked at little Weena sleeping beside me, her face white and star-like under the stars, and forthwith diminished the thought. Through that long night I held off the Morlocks as well as I could, and whiled away the time to fancy I could find signs of the old constellations on the new ones. Oh, where was I? The sky kept very clear, except for a hazy cloud or so. No doubt I dozed at times. Then, as my vigil wore on, came a faintness in the eastward sky, like the reflection of some colorless fire, and the old moon rose, thin, peaked, and white, close behind, overtaking it, overflowing it. The dawn came, pale at first, then growing pink and warm. No Morlocks had approached us. Indeed, I had seen none upon the hill that night, and in the confidence of a renewed day it seemed almost to me that my fear had been unreasonable. I stood up and found my foot with a loose heel swollen at the ankle and painful under that heel, so I sat down again, took off my shoes, and flung them away. I awakened Weena, and we went down into the wood, now green and pleasant instead of black and forbidding. We found some fruit wherewith to break our fast. We soon met others of the dainty ones, laughing and dancing in the sunlight as though there was no such thing in nature as the night. And then I thought once more of the meat I had seen. I felt assured now of what it was from the bottom of my heart. I wish I had not just dropped my phone into the cat fountain. Luckily, it didn't get anywhere near the charge port, so I can just set it over there to dry out. Sorry, that's not the sentence that's on the screen. I just literally physically dropped my phone, is all. Where was it? I felt assured now of what it was, and from the bottom of my heart I pitied this last feeble rill from the great flood of humanity. Clearly, at some time in the long ago of human decay, the Morlocks' food had run short. Possibly they'd lived on rats and such like vermin. Even now, man is far less discriminating and exclusive in his food than he was, far less than any monkey. Any prejudice he had against human flesh is no deep-seated instinct, and so these inhuman sons of men. Well, I tried to look at the thing in a scientific spirit. After all, they were less human and more remote than our cannibal ancestors of 3 or 4 thousand years ago. And the intelligence that would have made this state of things a torment had gone. Why should I trouble myself? These Aloy were mere fatted cattle, which the ant-like Morlocks preserved and preyed upon, probably saw to the breeding of even. There was Weena dancing at my side. Then I tried to preserve myself from the horror that was coming upon me by regarding it as a rigorous punishment of human selfishness. Man had been content to live in ease and delight upon the labors of his fellow man, had taken necessity as his watchword and excuse, and in the fullness of time necessity had come home to him. I even tried a Carlyle-like scorn of this wretched aristocracy in decay, but this attitude of mine was impossible. However great their intellectual degradation, the Aloy had kept too much of the human form to not claim my sympathy, and to make me perforce a sharer in their degradation and their fear. I had at that time very vague ideas as to the course I should pursue. My first was to secure some safe place of refuge, and to make myself such arms of metal or stone that I could contrive. That necessity was immediate. In the next place, I hoped to procure some means of fire, so I'd have the weapons of a torch at hand, for nothing, I knew, would be more efficient against these Morlocks. Then I wanted to arrange some contrivance to break open the doors of bronze out of the White Sphinx. I had in mind a battering ram. I had a persuasion that if I should enter those doors and carry a blaze of light before me, I should discover the time machine and escape. I could not imagine the Morlocks were strong enough to move it far away. We and I had resolved to bring with me to our own time, and turning such schemes over in my mind, I pursued our way toward the building which my fancy had chosen as our dwelling. Chapter 11. The Palace of Green Porcelain. I found the palace of green porcelain when we approached it about noon, deserted and falling into ruin. Only ragged vestiges of glass remained in its windows. Great sheets of the green facing had fallen away from the corroded metallic framework. It lay very high upon a turfy down, and looking northeastward before I entered it, I was surprised to see a large estuary, or even a creek, where I had judged Wadsworth and Battersea must once have been. I thought then, though I never followed up the thought, of what might have happened or might be happening to the living things in the sea. The material of the palace proved, on examination, to be indeed porcelain, and along the face of it I saw an inscription in some unknown character. I thought, rather foolishly, that Weena might be helping me to interpret this, but I only learnt that the bare idea of writing had never entered her head. She had always seemed to me, I fancy, more human than she was, perhaps because her affection was so much more human. Within the big valves of the door, which were open and broken, we found that instead of a customary hall, there was a long gallery lit by many side windows. At the first glance I was reminded of a museum. The tiled floor was thick with dust, and a remarkable array of miscellaneous objects was shrouded in the same grey covering. Then I perceived, standing large and gaunt in the centre of the hall, what was clearly the lower part of a massive skeleton. I recognized by the oblique feet that it was some extinct creature after the fashion of the megatherium. The skull and upper bones lay beside it in the thick dust, and in one place where rainwater had dropped through a leak in the roof, the thing itself had been worn away. Further in the gallery was this huge skeleton barrel of a brontosaurus. My museum hypothesis was confirmed. Going toward the side, I found what appeared to be sloping shelves, and clearing away the thick dust, I found the old familiar glass cases of our own time, but they must have been airtight to judge from the fair preservation of some of their contents. Clearly, we stood among the ruins of some latter-day South Kensington. Here, apparently, was the paleontological section, and a splendid array of fossils it must have been, though the inevitable process of decay that had been staved off for a time, and had, through the extinction of bacteria and fungi, lost 99/100ths of its force, still remained, and nevertheless, with extreme sureness, with extreme slowness at its work, upon all its treasures. Here and there I found traces of the little people in the shape of rare fossils broken to pieces or threaded in strings upon reeds, and in the cases themselves they'd been bodily removed, well, by the Morlocks, I judged. The place was very silent. The thick dust deadened our footsteps. Weena, who had been rolling a sea urchin down the sloping glass of a case, presently came beside me, as I stared about me, and very quietly took my hand and stood there. And at first I was so much surprised by this ancient monument of an intellectual age, I gave no thought to the possibilities it presented. Even my preoccupation about the time machine receded a little from my mind. To judge from the size of the place, this palace of green porcelain had a great deal more in it than a gallery of paleontology, perhaps historical galleries it might be, even a library. To me, at least, in my present circumstances, there would be vastly more interesting than this spectacle of old-time geology in decay. Exploring, I found another short gallery running transversely to the first. This appeared to be devoted to minerals, and the sight of a block of sulfur set my mind running on gunpowder. But I had deliquesced ages ago, yet the sulfur hung on my mind and set up a train of thinking. As for the rest of the contents of that gallery, though on the whole they were the best preserved of all I saw, I had little interest in them. I had no special interest in mineralogy, and so went on down a very ruinous aisle running parallel to the first hall that I'd entered. Apparently this section had been devoted to natural history, but everything had long since passed out of recognition. A few shriveled and blackened vestiges of what once had been stuffed animals, desiccated mummies in jars that had once held spirit, a brown dust of discarded plants. That was all. I was sorry for that, because I should have been glad to trace the patient readjustments by which the conquest of animated nature had been attained. Then we came to the gallery of a simply colossal proportion, but singularly ill lit, the floor at it running downward at a right angle from the end at which I entered. At intervals, the white globes hung from the ceiling, many of them cracking and smashing, which suggested the place had artificially lit. Here I was more in my element, for I know. Here I was more in my element, for rising on either side of me were the huge bulks of big machines, all fairly corroded and as many broken down, but some of them still complete. I have a certain weakness for mechanisms. I was inclined to linger among these, the more so as for the most part to find what they were for. Footnote. Of course, it might be that the floor didn't slope, but the museum was built into the side of a hill. E.D. The end I had come in was quite above the ground and was rare lit by the end that I'd come in was quite above ground and was lit by slit-like windows. As you went down the length, the ground came up against these windows. Till at last there was a pit like the area of London House before each, and only a narrow line of daylight at the top. Sorry, folks. Wells is not leaning on his watchwords as often as he normally does, and so I'm just like, need water, and I keep slowing down and being like, I need water. That ought to be a little bit better. Where was I? Till at last there was a pit like the area of a London house before each, and only a narrow line of daylight at the top. I went slowly along, puzzling about the machines, had been too intent upon them to notice the gradual diminution of diminution. Yes, diminution. That's how we probably say that. Because it's like it diminishes, it diminutes. So it is a gradual diminution. I trip over that word particularly often, actually. I went slowly along, puzzling about the machines, and had been too intent upon them to notice the gradual diminution of the light, until Weena's increasing apprehensions drew my attention. Then I saw that the gallery ran down at last into a thick darkness. I hesitated, and then as I looked round me, I saw that the dust was less abundant and its surface less even. Further away, toward the dimness, it appeared to be broken by a number of small, narrow footprints. My sense of the immediate presence of the Morlocks revived at that. I felt I was wasting my time in the academic examination of the machinery. I called to mind, it had already far advanced in the afternoon, that I still had no weapon, no refuge, no means of making a fire. And then down in the remote blackness of the gallery, I heard a peculiar pattering and the same odd noises that I had heard down the well. I took Weena's hand, then, struck with a sudden idea, I left her and turned to a machine from which projected a lever not unlike those in a signal box. Clambering upon the stand and grasping this lever in my hand, I put all my weight upon it sideways. Suddenly, Weena, deserted in the central aisle, began to whimper. I judged the strength of the lever pretty correctly, for it snapped after a minute's strain, and I rejoined her with a mace in my hand, more than sufficient, I judged, for any Morlock skulls I might encounter. And I longed very much to kill a Morlock or two. Very inhuman, you may think, to want to go killing one's own descendants, but it was impossible somehow to feel any humanity in the things. Only my disinclination to leave Weena, and a persuasion that if I began to slake my thirst for murder, my time machine might suffer, restrained me from going straight down the gallery and killing the brutes I heard now. Yeah, Magnus. You don't need to bury the food. Did you know that? Did you know that the press have some questions? Are you aware you don't have a digging permit? Well, I appreciate the bonk, but I don't think that answers the press questions. Are you aware you don't have a digging permit, sir? Sir, are you aware you don't have a digging permit? You've been doing all this digging without a permit. You're gonna hit a wire or something. You're gonna hurt yourself. It's the whole point of a digging permit, sir. Sir, are you aware there are a series of underground wires beneath where you've been digging? Sir. Sir, there's no need to avoid the question like this, sir. Sir. Excuse my extended bit. Whenever the cats are doing something they shouldn't do and it's not like super pressing that I stop them, I just hit them with the press questions. Just hold a little mic in front of their face and I'm like, sir. Anyway, mace in hand. Ah, that's where we were. Well, mace in hand and Weena in the other, I went out of that gallery and into another, still larger one, which at the first glance reminded me of a military chapel hung with tattered flags. The brown and charred rags that hung from the sides of it I presently recognized as the decaying vestiges of books. They'd long since dropped to pieces. Every semblance of print had left them, but here and there were warped boards and cracked metallic clasps that told the tale well enough. Had I been a literary man, I might perhaps have moralized upon the futility of all our ambition, but as it was, the thing that struck me with keenest force was the enormous waste of labor to which this sombre wilderness of rotting paper testified. At the time, I will confess that I thought chiefly of the philosophical transactions in my own 17 papers upon physical optics. Then, going up a broad staircase, we came to what may once have been a gallery of technical chemistry, and here I had not a little hope of useful discoveries, except at one end, where the roof had collapsed, this gallery was well preserved. I went eagerly to every unbroken case, and at last, in one of the really airtight cases, I found a box of matches. Very eagerly I tried them. They were perfectly good, not even damp. I turned to Weena. Dance, I cried to her in her own tongue, for now I had a weapon indeed against the horrible creatures we feared. And so, in that derelict museum, upon the thick, soft carpeting of dust, to Weena's huge delight, I solemnly performed a kind of composite dance, whistling the Land of the Leal as cheerfully as I could. In part it was a modest can-can, in part a step dance, in part a skirt dance, well, so far as my tailcoats permitted, and in part an original work of my own. I'm naturally inventive, you know. Now, I still think that this box of matches, to have escaped the wear of time for immemorial years, was a most strange, as it was for me most a fortunate thing. Yet, oddly enough, I found a far unlikelier substance. That was camphor. I found it in a sealed jar that, by chance, I suppose, had really been hermetically sealed. I fancied at first that it was paraffin wax, and smashed the glass accordingly, but the odor of camphor was unmistakable. In the universal decay, this volatile substance had chanced to survive, perhaps through many thousands of centuries, reminded me of a sepia painting I had once seen done from the ink of a fossil belemnite that must have perished and become fossilized millions of years ago. I was about to throw it away, but I remembered that it was inflammable, burnt with a good bright flame, was in fact an excellent candle, so I put it in my pocket. I found no explosives, however, nor any means of breaking down the bronze doors. As of yet, my iron crowbar was the most helpful thing I'd chanced upon. Nevertheless, I left that gallery greatly elated. I cannot tell you all the story of that long afternoon. It would require a great effort of memory to recall my explorations in all the proper order. I remember a long gallery of rusting stands of arms. I hesitated between my crowbar and a hatchet or a sword. I couldn't carry both, however, and my bar of iron promised best against the bronze gates. There were numbers of guns, pistols, and rifles, most of them having become masses of rust, but many were of some new metal and still fairly sound. But any cartridges or powder there may once have been had rotted into dust, unfortunately. One corner I saw was charred and shattered, I thought perhaps by an explosion among the specimens. In another place was a vast array of idols, Polynesian, Mexican, Grecian, Phoenician, every country on earth, I should think. And here, yielding to an irresistible impulse, I wrote my name upon the nose of a ceatite monster from South America that particularly took my fancy. As the evening grew on, my interest waned. I went through gallery after gallery, dusty, silent, often ruinous, the exhibits sometimes mere heaps of rust and lignite, sometimes something fresher. In one place I suddenly found myself near the model of a tin mine. Then by the nearest accident I discovered, in an airtight case, 2 dynamite cartridges. I shouted, "Eureka!" and smashed the case with joy. Then came a doubt. I hesitated. Then, selecting a little side gallery, I made my essay. I've never felt such a disappointment as I did waiting 5, 10, 15 minutes for an explosion that never came. Of course the things were dummies, as I might have guessed from their presence. I really believe had they not been so, I should have rushed off incontinently and blown sphinx, bronze doors, and, as it proved, my chances of finding the time machine altogether into non-existence. It was after that, I think, that we came to a little open court within the palace. It was turfed and had 3 fruit trees. So we rested and refreshed ourselves. Towards sunset I began to consider our position. Night was still creeping upon us, and my inaccessible hiding place had yet to be found. But that all troubled me very little now. I had in my own possession a thing that was perhaps the best of all defenses against the Morlocks. I had matches. I had the camphor in my pocket, too, if we needed a blaze to go with them. It seemed to me the best thing we could do would be to pass the night in the open, protected by a fire. In the morning there was getting of the time machine. Towards that, as yet, I only had my iron mace. But now, with my growing knowledge, I felt very differently toward those bronze doors. Up to this, I had refrained from forcing them, largely because of the mystery on the other side. They'd never impressed me as being very strong, and I had hoped my bar of iron not altogether inadequate for the work. Okay, let's finish off our water here and dive into chapter 12. Chapter 12, In the Darkness. We emerged from the palace while the sun was still, in part, above the horizon. I was determined to reach the White Sphinx early the next morning, and ere the dusk I proposed pushing through the woods that had stopped me on the previous journey. My plan was to go as far as possible that night, then, building a fire, to sleep in the protection of its glare. Accordingly, as we went along, I gathered any sticks or dried grass that I saw, and presently had my arms full of such litter. Thus loaded, our progress was slower than I had anticipated, and besides, Weena was tired. And I also began to suffer from sleepiness too, so that it was full night before we reached the wood. Upon the shrubby hill at its edge, Weena would have stopped, fearing the darkness before us, but a singular sense of impending calamity, that should indeed have served me as a warning, drove me onward. I had been without sleep for a night and 2 days. I was feverish and irritable. I felt sleep coming upon me, and the Morlocks with it. While we hesitated, among the black bushes behind us, and dim against their blackness, I saw 3 crouching figures. There was scrub and long grass all about us. I did not feel safe from their insidious approach. The forest, I calculated, was rather less than a mile to cross. If we could get through it to the bare hillside, there, as it seemed to me, was an altogether safer resting place. I thought that with my matches and my camphor I could contrive to keep my path illuminated through the woods. Yet it was evident that if I was to flourish matches with my hands, I should have to abandon my firewood, so rather reluctantly I put it down. And then it came into my head that I would amaze our friends behind us by lighting it. I was to discover the atrocious folly of this proceeding, but it came to my mind as an ingenious move for covering our retreat. I don't know if you've ever thought about what a rare thing flame must be in the absence of man in a temperate climate. The sun's heat is rarely strong enough to burn, even when it's focused by dewdrops, as is sometimes the case in more tropical districts. Lightning may blast and blacken, but rarely does it give rise to widespread fire. Decaying vegetation may occasionally smolder with the heat of its fermentation, but rarely does this result in flame. In this decadence, too, the art of fire-making had been forgotten on the earth. The red tongues that went licking up my heap of wood were an altogether new and strange thing to Weena. She wanted to run to it and play with it. I believe she would have cast herself into it had I not restrained her, but I caught her up, and, in spite of her struggles, plunged boldly before me into the wood. For a little way, the glare of my fire lit the path. Looking back presently, I could see, through the crowded stems, that from my heap of sticks the blaze had spread to some bushes adjacent, and a curved line of fire was creeping up the grass of the hill. I laughed at that, and turned again to the dark trees before me. It was very black, and Weena clung to me convulsively, but there was still, as my eyes grew accustomed to the darkness, sufficient light for me to avoid the stems. Overhead it was simply black, except where a gap of remote blue sky shone down upon us here and there. I lit none of my matches because I had no hand free. Upon my left arm I carried my little one. In my right hand I had the iron bar. For some way I heard nothing but the crackling twigs under my feet, the faint rustle of the breeze above, and my own breathing and the throb of blood vessels in my ears. Then I seemed to know of a pattering behind me. I pushed on, grimly. The pattering grew more distinct, then I caught the same queer sound and voices I'd heard in the underworld. They were evidently several of the Morlocks. They were closing in on me. Indeed, in another minute I felt a tug at my coat, and then something at my arm, and Weena shivered violently, becoming quite still. It was time for a match, but to get to one I had to put her down. I did so, and as I fumbled with my pocket, a struggle began in the darkness about my knees, perfectly silent on her part, and with the same peculiar cooing sounds from the Morlocks. Soft little hands, too, were creeping over my coat and back, touching even my neck. Then the match scratched and fizzed. I held it, flaring, and saw the white backs of the Morlocks in flight amid the trees. I hastily took a lump of camphor from my pocket and prepared to light it as soon as the match should wane. Then I looked at Weena. She was lying clutching my feet, quite motionless, with her face to the ground. With a sudden fright I stooped to her. She seemed scarcely to breathe. I lit the block of camphor and flung it to the ground, and as it split and flared up and drove back the Morlocks and the shadows beside, I knelt down and lifted her. The wood behind seemed full of the stir and murmur of a great company. She seemed to have fainted. I put her carefully upon my shoulder and rose to push on. Then there came a horrible realization. In maneuvering with my matches and Weena, I turned myself about several times. Now I had not the faintest idea in what direction lay in my path. For all I knew, I might be facing back toward the palace of green porcelain. I found myself in a cold sweat. I had to think rapidly what to do. I determined to build a fire and encamp where we were. I put Weena, still motionless, down upon a turfy bowl, and very hastily, as my first lump of camphor waned, I began collecting sticks and leaves. Here and there, out of the darkness round me, the Morlock's eyes shone like carbuncles. The camphor flickered and went out. I lit a match, and as I did so, two white forms that had been approaching Weena dashed hastily away. One was so blinded by the light that he came straight for me, and I felt his bones grind under the blow of my fist. He gave a whoop of dismay, staggered a little ways, and fell down. I lit another piece of camphor and went on gathering my bonfire. Presently I noticed how dry some of the foliage was above me, for since my arrival on the time machine, a matter of a week even, no rain had fallen. So instead of casting about the trees for fallen twigs, I began leaping up and dragging down branches. Very soon I had a choking, smoky fire of green wood and dry sticks, and could economize my camphor. Then I turned to where Weena lay beside my iron mace. I tried what I could to revive her, but she lay like one dead. I couldn't even satisfy myself whether or not she breathed. Now the smoke of the fire beat over toward me, and it must have made me heavy all of a sudden. Moreover, the vapor of camphor was in the air. My fire wouldn't need replenishing for an hour or so, but I felt weary after my exertion, and so I sat down. The wood, too, was full of a slumberous murmur that I didn't quite understand. I seemed to just nod and open my eyes. But all was dark. The Morlocks had their hands upon me. Flinging off their clinging fingers, I hastily felt in my pocket for the matchbox, and it was gone. Then they gripped and closed with me again. In a moment I knew what had happened. I had slept, my fire gone out, the bitterness of death came over my soul. The forest had seemed full of the smell of the burning wood. I was caught by the neck, by the hair, by the arms, pulled down. It was indescribably horrible in the darkness to feel all these soft creatures heaped upon me. I felt as if I was in a monstrous spider's web. I was overpowered and went down. I felt little teeth nipping at my neck. I rolled over, and as I did so, my hand came against the iron lever. It gave me strength. I struggled up, shaking the human rats from me, and holding the bar short, I thrust where I judged their faces might be. I could feel the succulent giving of flesh and bone under my blows, and so for a moment I was free. The strange exaltation that so often seems to accompany hard fighting came upon me. I knew that both I and Weena were lost, but I determined to make the Morlocks pay for their meat. I stood with my back to a tree, swinging the iron bar before me. The whole wood was full of the stir and cries of them. A minute passed. Their voices seemed to rise to a higher pitch of excitement, and their movements grew faster, yet none came within reach. I stood glaring at the blackness. Then suddenly came hope. What if the Morlocks were afraid? Close on the heels of that thought came a strange event. Rather, let me do that again. What if the Morlocks were afraid? And close on the heels of that came a strange thing occurring. The darkness seemed to grow luminous. Very dimly I began to see the Morlocks about me. 3 battered at my feet. Then I recognized, with incredulous surprise, the others were running in an incessant stream, as it seemed, from behind me, and away through the wood in front. Their backs seemed no longer white, but reddish. As I stood agape, I saw a little red spark drifting across the gap of starlight between the branches and vanish. And at that, I understood the smell of burning wood, the slumberous murmur that was now growing into a gusty roar, the red glow, and the Morlock's flight. Stepping out from behind my tree and looking back, I saw, through the black pillars of the nearer trees, the flames of that burning forest. It was my first fire chasing after me. With that I looked for Weena, but she was gone. The hissing and crackling behind me, the explosive thud as each fresh tree burst into flame, it left little time for reflection. My iron bar still gripped, I followed in the Morlock's path. It was a close race. Once the flames crept forward so swiftly on my right that I ran, despite my... Once the flaps... Let's try that again. Once the flames crept forward so swiftly on my right as I ran that I was outflanked, had to strike off toward the left. But at last I emerged upon a small open space, and as I did so, a Morlock came blundering toward me, past me, and straight on into the fire. And now I was to see the most weird and horrible thing, I think, of all that I beheld in that future age. The whole space was as bright as day with the reflection of the fire. In the center was a hillock or tumulus, surmounted by a scorched hawthorn. Beyond this was another arm of the burning forest, yellow tongues already writhing from it, completely encircling the space with a fence of fire. Upon that hillside were some 30 or more Morlocks, dazzled by the light and heat, blundering hither and thither against each other in their bewilderment. At first I didn't realize their blindness, and struck furiously at them with my bar in a frenzy of fear as they approached me, killing one and crippling several more beside. But when I watched their gestures of them groping under the hawthorn against the red sky and heard their groans, I was assured of their absolute helplessness and misery in the glare, so I struck no more of them. Yet every now and then one would come straight toward me, setting loose a quivering horror that made me quick to elude him. At one time the flames died down somewhat, and I feared the foul creatures would presently be able to see me. I was thinking of beginning the fight by killing some of them before this should happen, but the fire burst out again brightly, and I stayed my hand. I walked about the hill among them and avoided them, looking for some trace of Weena, but Weena was gone. At last I sat down on the summit of the hillock and watched this strange, incredible company of blind things groping to and fro, making uncanny noises to each other as the glare of the fire beat on them. The coiling uprush of smoke streamed across the sky and through the rare tatters of that red canopy. Remote as though they belonged to another universe shone little stars. 2 or 3 Morlocks came blundering into me. I drove them off with blows of my fists, trembling as I did so. For the most part of that night, I was persuaded it was a nightmare. I bit myself and screamed in a passionate desire to be awake. I beat the ground with my hands and got up and sat down again, wandering here and there, and again sat down. Then I would fall to rubbing my eyes and calling upon God to let me awake. Thrice I saw Morlocks put their heads down in a kind of agony and rush into the flames. But at last, above the subsiding red of the fire, above the streaming masses of black smoke and the whitening and blackening tree stumps, the diminishing numbers of those dim creatures, came the white light of day. I searched again for traces of Weena, but there were none. It was plain that they had left her poor little body in the forest. I cannot describe how it relieved me to think that it had escaped the awful fate to which it seemed destined. As I thought of that, I was almost moved to begin a massacre of the helpless abominations about me, but I contained myself. The hillock, as I have said, was a kind of island in the forest. From its summit I could now make out, through a haze of smoke, the palace of green porcelain, and from that I could get my bearings for the white sphinx. And so, leaving the remnant of those damned souls still going hither and thither and groaning, as the day grew nearer, I tied some grass about my feet and limped on across smoking ashes and among black stems that still pulsated internally with fire toward the hiding place of the time machine. I walked slowly, for I was almost exhausted as well as lame due to my injury, and I felt the intensest wretchedness for the horrible death of little Weena. It seemed an overwhelming calamity. Now in this old familiar room it's more like the sorrow of a dream than an actual loss. But that morning it left me absolutely lonely again, terribly alone. I began to think of this house of mine, of this fireside, of some of you here, and with such thoughts came a longing that was pain. But as I walked over the smoking ashes, under the bright morning sky, I made a discovery. In my trouser pocket there were still some loose matches. The box must have leaked before it was lost. Alright. Before we dive into Chapter 13, The Trap of the White Sphinx, we are going to take our little intermission. We're going to be right back. I'm going to switch to the text on screen, and it's going to say be right back, because that's where we'll be. Now is a perfectly good time if you are, say, a podcast listener, to pause the podcast, or if you're a live listener, with the need to wait this be right back out linearly, you're gonna just see the screen and hear some music. But either way, now is a fantastic time to take a little break. Stretch if you've been sitting along with me. Maybe take a seat if you've been standing opposite me. Make sure you've got your blood flowing where it ought to be. Get hydrated. Especially if you've not been playing the drinking game with us and catching all those words that I'm sure I missed a few of them. Definitely get hydrated. You need to stay hydrated. It's very important. If you have any necessary medications, here's your reminder. If you have a medication you take around now's a great time to take it. Definitely pet your pets for me. And, just generally take care of things. Just like I will be while we be right back. The intermission music will be coming from the same source as that I had acquired the intro music this fine evening. I'll be leaving out the Lawrence Welk since we've already heard it, but we'll be hearing from the Whiteford School Concert Band from 1966/67 year, and as well we will be hearing from the 1966 Perry County Band Festival. So do enjoy the little music the little music we'll be getting, and I will be back in 15 minutes. I'll even set a timer on my phone so I come back in the right amount of time. Keep one eye on the stream, though. It might be less than 15 minutes. 15 minutes is the most time it takes. Hi gang, I'm here. I'm just waiting for this music to catch a stopping point. And we'll be back as soon as the music. Listen, that probably would have resolved, but it would have taken another 2.5 minutes. So, uh, taking this time also once again to plug my Discord. In addition to the Codex having a Discord for Codex things, I also have a person. I also have a Discord for my content. Content, yeah. Uh, and it's where we yell about things like paper cuts, or we've also gotten a good deal of chatter about some recipes I've been working on. I've been posting exclusive library. Everybody spam your library emotes. It's everyone's favorite co-star. He's here. Um, you can only sort of see him, and it's fine. I've been posting. Oh no! Don't eat that. Hey, sir, don't eat that. No, I trust me. You don't want to eat that. It's not gonna end well. I've been posting exclusive recipe testing photos, and once a week everybody gets the good sourdough crumb shot. Other servers may get the outside picture of the sourdough loaf, but only my Discord gets the crumb shots. So if you want to see the inside of my sourdough loaf after I go posting it in like 5 other people's Discords, because I've had people be like, "Hey, could you post your bread?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I can." We've been recipe testing, adding some dry milk to our bread recently. I actually just came to a conclusion on how much dry milk to use for my standard bread loaf, and so now I can apply that to a brioche. So I think I can apply that to a brioche or even potato rolls, and I think that's something I'm going to do this weekend. Sourdough takes a lot of idle time. You set it up for 30 minutes at most, and then it just kind of sits there and thinks about things. It thinks its little yeasty thoughts about its little yeasty things, for 4 hours at a time for 8 hours total. And so I feel that it'd be a good thing for me to just do at the beginning of the day on Saturday, and then work on moving back into my house, because that's what I'm doing this weekend. Uh, the house itself will not be moving for a little while longer, but I digress. I don't like to talk about those plans on stream for the health and safety of everyone, not just myself. It could be unsafe for you to roll up to my house because you don't know my neighbors. I don't know my neighbors. It just might not end well. So for the health and safety of everyone, I don't talk. I don't talk about. I don't talk very loudly about where I am taking my house until it is later. So, where were we? We had just left off that this man had, the time traveler had set in motion a pretty devastating sounding forest fire in the world of 800. I just about said it the way he writes it instead of the way I'm supposed to say it. 802,701 AD. Just devastating forest fire that this man has inflicted to try and distract the Morlocks because they are weak to bright lights. I think that's where we left off. Oh, and also his little pal, his little Aloy pal, Weena, has just disappeared. Also, almost all of his matches have gone, which is not good because he needs fire to scare off the Morlocks. Also, not to be like elitist or anything, but would this man not know how to make a friction bow? Like, it's not easy to start a fire with a friction bow. Don't get me wrong. It's actually quite difficult. I've tried to do it several times, and I'm not very good at it. It takes some, takes some learning, but, like, really? This man doesn't know some technique to rub the sticks together fast enough to produce fire? Like, there's a lot of contrivances, like simple contrivances you can do out in the woods, for that kind of thing. But he's like, no, I have chemical matches and nothing else. But then again, maybe, I mean, there's a lot of people, probably myself included, unless I had, a bundle of string of some kind on hand, who would struggle to light a fire without matches. But also, like, does this man wear eyeglasses? He just said he wrote some papers on optics. So, like, clearly you understand the lensing of light. Why not use the sun? Like, you just said it was hotter. I don't know. I'm picking apart this book when it has pretty much explicitly stated, do not pick me apart in this way. You know? You gonna show up on camera, library? He's like, no. No, I will not. No camera tonight. You don't pet me. You don't love me. That means no camera. Oh, yeah? Don't nobody pet you? Don't nobody love you? Anyway, before I get too distracted by how cute and cuddly and sweet my little cat is, I will start in on reading, provided he's not about to try and eat something on the floor he's not supposed to. Hey, sir? Sir, are you sure you want to try and eat that? Uh, oh, no, he was just staring at the water fountain. My brain's smooth. Anyway, reading. Chapter 13. Trap of the White Sphinx. About 8 or 9 in the morning, I came to the same seat of yellow metal from which I had viewed the world upon the evening of my arrival. I thought of my hasty conclusions upon that evening, and could not refrain from laughing bitterly at my confidence. Here was the same beautiful scene, the same abundant foliage, the same splendid palaces and magnificent ruins, the same silver river running between its fertile banks. The gay robes of the beautiful people moved hither and thither among the trees. Some were bathing, bathing in exactly the place where I'd saved Weena, and that suddenly gave me a keen stab of pain. And like blots upon the landscape rose the cupolas above the ways to the underworld. Or rather, and like blots upon the landscape rose the cupolas above the ways to the underworld. I understood now that all the beauty of the overworld people. I understood now what all the beauty of the overworld people covered. Very pleasant was their day, as pleasant as the day of the cattle in the field. Like the cattle, they knew no enemies, and provided no needs, and their end was the same. One sec, I forgot to clean my glasses. I meant to clean my glasses between while I was on intermission, but I didn't. I'm sitting here like squinting through all the gunk on my glasses. I swear glasses lenses become statically charged in some way because these things have attracted dust that was 100% not like visible to be available on these glasses. Like, admittedly, I'm a very dusty man. Like, I just produce a lot of dust. You know, in the sense of dust is like skin gunk. You know, a good chunk of dust is skin gunk. I produce a lot of little dusties because I have a dry scalp and dry eyelashes while I'm at it. And I'm somehow, despite being kind of greasy as well, I put great pains in to not actually be greasy, but I produce a lot of grease. So I'm just over here like, how in the world is all this gunk getting on my glasses? Anyway, where did I leave off? Ah, cattle. That's where I was. Feels very edgy. Anyway, it's funny because like that's still a very like apt metaphor where it's like, oh yeah, we're just kind of living our life, unpredated, but like still feels very edgy to read in a modern context. Anyway, I grieved to think how I grieved to think how brief the dream of the human intellect had been. It had committed its own suicide. It had set itself steadfastly toward comfort and ease, a balanced society with security and permanency as its watchword. It had attained its hopes. To come to this at last. Once life and property must have reached the absolute safety. The rich had been assured of their wealth and comfort. The toiler had been assured of their life and work. No doubt in that perfect world there had been no unemployed problem, no social question left unsolved, and a great quiet followed it all. It is a law of nature we overlook, that intellectual versatility is the compensation for change, danger, and trouble. An animal perfectly in harmony with its environment is a perfect mechanism. Nature never appeals to intelligence until habit and instinct are useless. There's no intelligence where there's no change, and no need of change. Only those animals partake of intelligence that have to meet a huge variety of needs and dangers. So, as I see it, the upperworld man had drifted toward his feeble prettiness, and the underworld to mere mechanical industry. But that perfect state had lacked one thing even for the mechanical perfection, absolute permanency. Apparently, as time went on, the feeding of an underworld, however it was effected, had become disjointed. Mother Necessity, who had been starved off a few thousand years, came back again, and she began below the ground. The underworld, being in contact with machinery, which, however perfect, still needs some little thought outside habit, had probably retained perforce rather more initiative, if less of any ever. Oh, I have to retake that whole line. Cool. I wouldn't have flubbed it that hard if I thought I had to do that. Anyway, the underworld being in contact with machinery, which, however perfect, still needs some little thought outside habit, had probably retained, perforce, rather more initiative, if less of any other human character than the upper world, and when other meat had failed them, they turned to what the old habit had hitherto forbidden. So I say I saw it in my last view of the world of 802,701. It may be as wrong an explanation as mortal wit could invent. It is how the thing shaped itself to me, and as that I give it to you. After the fatigues, excitements, and terror of the past few days, in spite of my grief, this seat and tranquil view, the warm sunlight, they were very pleasant. I was tired and sleepy. Soon my theorizing passed into dozing, as often one does. Catching myself at that, I took my own hint, and spreading myself out upon the turf, I had a long and refreshing sleep. I woke a little before sunset. I now felt safe against being caught napping by the Morlocks, and stretching myself, I came on down the hill toward the White Sphinx. I had my crowbar in one hand, and the other hand played with the matches in my pocket. And now came a most unexpected thing. As I approached the pedestal of the Sphinx, I found the bronze valves were open. They'd slid down into grooves, and at that I stopped short before them, hesitating to enter. Within was a small apartment. On a raised place in the corner of this was a time machine. I held the small levers in my pocket, so here, after all my elaborate preparations for the siege of the White Sphinx, was a meek surrender. I threw my iron bar away, almost sorry not to use it. A sudden thought came into my head as I stooped toward the portal. For once, at least, I grasped the mental operations of the Morlocks. Suppressing a strong inclination to laugh, I stepped through the bronze frame and up to the time machine. I was surprised to find it had been carefully oiled and cleaned. I suspected that since the Morlocks had even partially taken it to pieces, while trying in their dim way to grasp its purpose. Now, as I stood and examined it, finding a pleasure in the mere touch of the contrivance, the thing I had expected happened. The bronze panels suddenly slid up and struck the frame with a clang. I was in the dark, trapped. Well, so the Morlocks thought. At that, I chuckled gleefully. I could almost hear their murmuring laughter as they came toward me. Very calmly I tried to strike the match. I had only to fix on the levers and then depart like a ghost. But I'd overlooked one little thing. The matches were of that abominable kind that light only on the box. You may imagine how all my calm vanished. The little brutes were close upon me. One touched me. I made a sweeping blow in the dark at them with the levers, and began to scramble into the saddle of the machine. Then came one hand upon me, and another, and another. Then I had simply to fight against their persistent fingers for my levers, at the same time feel for the studs over which these fitted. One, indeed, they almost got away from me. As it slipped from my hand, I had to butt in the dark with my head. I heard the Morlock's skull ringing as I recovered it. It was the nearer thing than the fight in the forest, I think, this last scramble. But at last the lever was fixed and pulled over. The clinging hand slipped from me. The darkness presently fell from my eyes. I found myself in the same grey light and tumult that I had described previously. For those of you who missed last week, the grey light and tumult that he described previously essentially is the world in fast motion. You know, each day passing faster and faster, like the turning of the pages of a book. The sun going from flicking on and off as it pages across the sky to a long, thin band of light and a flickering band of light beside it, accompanied by the moon faster and faster as it rolls forward and forward, or I guess in this case backward and backward, until the flickering of light just resolves into a dull gray for a long time as the speed of time marches on faster and faster, suddenly and horribly, at least on his way here, grinding to a halt back to the normal speed. Although it does make one wonder if you have that much analog control over how quickly you are moving through time, if you could, like, balance, somehow, like, balance, like, you're let's say you have a vector of 1 second per second forward in time. Let's say, because we're working in a fourth dimensional plane, we're going to say that forward in time is cat and backward in time is Anna, right? Hopefully I'm remembering those words right. I did a little study of fourth dimensional plane work just at some point in my life. You never know when you're going to need it. How much of it stuck, we don't know. But the royal we there, obviously. But anyway, let's say moving fourth dimensionally, forward in time is Kat and backward in time is Anna, right? You naturally have a 1 second per second vector in the direction of Kat, right? And so I'm wondering if you can do like if you could do the the same trick that I'm thinking of is, oh, a plane flying into a 35 knot headwind at 35 knots, and so it's just hanging there. You know, could you do that with time? Could you like give yourself a velocity of in the direction of Anna back into the past of 1 second per second, and then cancel out that vector so you just hang in time and everything holds still? Like, could you, you know, if you have control over how quickly you're flowing through time, could you then, well, I guess, yeah, because you touching the machine are not afflicted, like, you are experiencing, the world around you is experiencing time at the rate that you define, but you, the person, the things in contact with you are continuing to experience like, say, chemical reactions and the like at 1 second per second. So like, could you hold a camera, like a video camera maybe, and could you like essentially use the time machine as like fast forward and rewind controls on a video deck is what I'm picturing. And it's like, oh yes, I will go back to the, I will really slam it into reverse from our perspective, or forward from the writer's perspective, and see the Lincoln assassination, but record it in like the slowest possible forward amount of time movement. Yeah, you'd have to like balance the backward movement to like make everything just be slightly moving forward, and then you can get every detail because it's so slow, you know, or something like that. That's my first thought as he's describing. Oh yes, everything moves faster because I have altered the rate at which everything is moving through time. Like, clearly the machine generates a bubble of stable. If we were looking at this in like a modern context to like really high sci-fi, the machine has to generate a bubble of stable 1 second per second time that is then moving, that is then unaffected by the like, there has to be like a bubble of 1 second per second time that is then moving at a faster rate through time, because then, like, because otherwise you'd be sitting on the machine and you would be rapidly aging because you're also afflicted. Like, if you're moving faster through time, you are experiencing your timeline faster, is my first thought. Anyway, I digress. I digress a great deal. I could pick apart the like semantics of, well, what if the time machine has internal time? What if you have a smaller time machine inside the time machine, and then is it traveling within the inner time or the outer time? You know. And what are the rules of nesting time streams like that? Deedle 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 dee. You know. I could digress all night about that, but I won't. We'll just dive into chapter 14, the further vision. Ooh, also, before we do that, by the way, we did get a tumult there, so everybody drink. Not just me drinking between chapters. Everybody drink. We got a tumult. Anyway, the chapter I was on. I've already told you of the sickness and confusion that comes with time traveling. This time I was not seated properly in the saddle, but sideways in an unstable fashion. For an indefinite amount of time, I clung to the machine as it swayed and vibrated, quite unheeding how I went, and when I brought myself to look at the dials again, I was amazed to find where it had arrived. One dial records days, another thousands of days, another millions of days, and another thousands of millions. Now, instead of reversing the levers, I'd pulled them over as to go forward with them, and when I came to look at these indicators, I found the thousands hand was sweeping round as fast as the second hands of a watch into futurity. As I drove on, a peculiar change crept over the appearance of things. The palpitating grayness grew darker. Then, though I was still traveling with prodigious velocity, the blinking succession of day and night, which was usually indicative of a slower pace, it returned, grew more and more marked. This puzzled me very much at first. The alternations of night and day grew slower and slower, and so did the passage of the sun across the sky, until they seemed to stretch through centuries. At last, a steady twilight brooded over the earth, a twilight only broken now and then when a comet glared across the darkling sky. The band of light that had indicated the sun had long since disappeared, for the sun had ceased to set. It simply rose and fell in the west and grew ever broader and more red. All trace of the moon had vanished. The circling of the stars, growing slower and slower, had given pace to creeping points of light. At last, some time before I stopped, the sun, red and very large, halted motionless upon the horizon, a vast dome glowing with a dull heat, and now and then suffering a momentary extinction. At one time it had, for a little while, glowed more brilliantly again, but it speedily reverted to its sullen red heat. I perceived this by the slowing down of its rising and setting, that the work of tidal drag was done. The earth had come to rest with one face to the sun, even as in our time the moon faces the earth. Very cautiously, for I remembered my former headlong fall, I began to reverse my motion. Slower and slower went the circling hands, until the 1,000 seemed motionless, and the daily one was no longer a mere mist upon its scale. Still slower, until the dim outlines of a desolate beach grew visible. I stopped very gently, and sat upon the time machine, looking around. The sky was no longer blue. Northeastward it was inky black, and out of the blackness shone brightly and steadily the pale white stars. Overhead it was a deep Indian red and starless, and southeastward it grew brighter to a glowing scarlet, where, cut by the horizon, lay the large hull of the sun, red and motionless. The rocks about me were of a harsh reddish color, and all the trace of life that I could see at first was the intensely green vegetation that covered every projecting point on their southeastern face. It was the same rich green that one sees on forest moss or on the lichen in caves, plants which, like these, grow in a perpetual twilight. The machine was standing on a sloping beach. The sea stretched away to the southwest, to rise into a sharp, bright horizon against the wan sky. There were no breakers, no waves, for not a breath of wind was stirring. Only a slight, oily swell rose and fell like a gentle breathing, and showed that the eternal sea was still moving and living. Along the margin where the water sometimes broke was a thick incrustation of salt, pink under the lurid sky. There was a sense of oppression in my head, and I noticed that I was breathing very fast. The sensation reminded me of my only experience of mountaineering, and from that I judged the air to be far more rarefied than it is now. Far away up the desolate slope I heard a harsh scream, and saw a thing like a huge white butterfly go slanting and fluttering up into the sky, and, circling, disappear over some low hillocks beyond. The sound of its voice was so dismal that I shivered and seated myself more firmly upon the machine. Looking round me again, I saw that quite near what I had taken to be a reddish mass of rock was moving slowly toward me. Then I saw the thing was really a monstrous crab-like creature. Can you imagine a crab as large as yonder table, with its many legs moving slowly and uncertainly, its big claws swaying, its long antennae like carters' whips, waving and feeling, its stalked eyes gleaming at you on either side of its metallic front? Its back was corrugated and ornamented with ungainly bosses, and a greenish incrustation blotched it here and there. I could see the many palps of its complicated mouth, flickering and feeling as it moved. As I stared at this sinister apparition crawling toward me, I felt a tickling on my cheek as though a fly had lighted there. I tried to brush it away with my hand, but in a moment it returned, and almost immediately came another by my ear. I struck at this and caught something thread-like. It was drawn swiftly out of my hand. With a frightful qualm, I turned and saw that I had grasped the antenna of another monster crab that stood just behind me. Its evil eyes were wriggling on their stalks, its mouth was all alive with appetite, and its vast, ungainly claws, smeared with an algal slime, were descending upon me. In a moment my hand was on the lever, and I had placed a month between myself and these monsters. But I was still on the same beach, and I saw them as distinctly now as soon as I had stopped. Dozens of them seemed to be crawling here and there in that somber light among the foliated sheets of intense green. I cannot convey the sense of abominable desolation that hung over the world, the red eastern sky, the northward blackness, the salt dead sea, the stony beach crawling with these foul, slow-stirring monsters, the uniform, poisonous-looking green of the lichenous plants, the thin air that hurt one's lungs, all contributed to a truly appalling effect. I moved on 100 years, and there was the same red sun, a little larger, a little duller, the same dying sea, the same chill air, and the same crowd of earthly crustacea creeping in and out among the green weed and the red rocks. And in the westward sky I saw a curved, pale line like a vast new moon. So I travelled, stopping ever and again in great strides of 1,000 years or more, drawn on by the mystery of the earth's fate, watching with a strange fascination the sun grow larger and duller in the westward sky, and the life of the old earth ebb away. At last, more than 30 million years hence, the huge red-hot dome of the sun had come to obscure nearly a tenth part of the darkling heavens. Then I stopped once more. The crawling multitude of crabs had disappeared, and the red beach, save for its livid green liverworts and lichens, seemed lifeless. And now it was flecked with white. A bitter cold assailed me. Rare white flakes ever and again came eddying down. To the northeastward, the glare of snow lay under the starlight of the sable sky. I could see an undulating crest of hillocks pinkish white. There were fringes of ice along the sea margin, drifting masses further out, but the main expanse of that salt ocean, all bloody under the eternal sunset, was still unfrozen. I looked about me to see if any traces of animal life remained. A certain indefinable apprehension still kept me in the middle of the machine, but I saw nothing moving in earth, sea, nor sky. The green slime on the rocks alone testified that life had not gone extinct. A shallow sandbank had appeared in the sea, and the water had receded from the beach. I fancied I saw some black object flopping about from this bank, but it became motionless as I looked at it, and I judged that my eye had been deceived. The black object was merely a rock. The stars in the sky were intensely bright and seemed to twinkle very little. Suddenly I noticed that the circular westward outline of the sun had changed. A concavity, a bay, had appeared in the curve. I saw this grow larger. For a minute, perhaps, I stared aghast at this blackness that was creeping over the day. Then I realized that an eclipse was beginning. Either the moon or the planet Mercury was passing across the sun's disk. Naturally, at first, I took it to be the moon, but there's much to incline me to believe that what I really saw was the transit of an inner planet passing very near to the earth. The darkness grew apace. A cold wind began to blow in freshening gusts from the east, and the showering white flakes in the air increased in number. From the edge of the sea came a ripple and a whisper. Beyond these lifeless sounds, the world was silent. Silent? That hardly conveys the stillness of it. All the sounds of man, the bleating of sheep, cries of birds, hums of insects, the stir that makes the background of our lives, all that was over. As the darkness thickened, the eddying flakes grew more abundant, dancing before my eyes, and the cold of the air more intense. At last, one by one, swiftly, one after the other, the white peaks of the distant hills vanished into blackness. The breeze rose to a groaning wind. I saw the black central shadow of the eclipse sweeping toward me. In another moment, the pair... Can I please speak English? It's my first language. You'd think I'd be able to speak it. In, a, in another moment, the pale stars were visible. All else was rayless obscurity. The sky was absolutely black. A horror of this great darkness came on me. The cold that smote to my marrow, the pain I felt in breathing it overcame me. I shivered, and a deadly nausea seized me. Then, like a red-hot blow in the sky, appeared the edge of the sun. I got off the machine to recover myself. I felt giddy and incapable of facing the return journey. As I stood sick and confused, I saw again the moving thing upon the shoal. There was no mistake now that it was a moving thing against the red water of the sea. It was a round thing, size of a football, perhaps, or it may be larger than that, tentacles trailing down from it. It seemed black against the weltering blood-red water. It was hopping fitfully about. Then I felt I was fainting. But a terrible dread of lying helpless in that remote and awful twilight sustained me while I clambered back upon the saddle of my machine. Chapter 15. The Time Traveler's Return. And so I came back. For a long time I must have been insensible upon the machine. The blinking succession of days and nights was resumed. The sun got golden again. The sky blue. I breathed with greater freedom. The fluctuating contours of the land ebbed and flowed. The hands spun backward upon the dials. At last I saw again the dim shadows of houses, the evidences of decadent humanity. These too changed and passed, and others came. Presently, when the million dial was at 0, I slackened my speed. I began to recognize our own pretty and familiar architecture, the thousands hand running back to the starting point, the night and day flapping slower and slower. Then the old walls of my laboratory came up round me. Very gently now I slowed the mechanism down. I saw one little thing that seemed odd to me. I think I have told you that when I set out, before my velocity became very high, Miss Watchett had walked across the room, traveling, as it seemed to me, like a rocket. As I returned, I passed again across that minute when she traversed the laboratory, but now her motion appeared to be the exact inversion of her previous ones. The door at the lower end opened, and she glided quietly up the laboratory, back foremost, and disappeared behind the door by which she had previously entered. Just before that, I seemed to see Hillier for a moment, but he passed like a flash. Then I stopped the machine, and saw about me again the old familiar laboratory, my tools, my appliances, just as I'd left them. I got off the thing very shakily and sat down upon my bench. For several minutes I trembled violently, but then I became calmer. Around me was my old workshop again, exactly as it had been. I might have slept there. The whole thing had been a dream. And yet, not exactly. The thing had started from the southeast corner of the laboratory. It had come to rest again in the northwest, against the wall where you saw it. That gives you the exact distance from my little lawn to the pedestal of the White Sphinx into which the Morlocks had carried my machine. For a time, my brain went stagnant. Presently I got up and came through the passage here, limping, my heels still painful, and feeling sorely begrimed. I saw the Pall Mall Gazette on the table by the door, and found the date was indeed today, and looking at the timepiece, saw the hour was almost 8 o'clock. I heard your voices and the clatter of plates. I hesitated. I felt so sick and weak. Then I sniffed the good wholesome meat and opened the door on you. And, well, you know the rest. I washed, I dined. Now I've told you the story. Chapter 16. After the story. I know, he said after a pause, that all this will be absolutely incredible to you, but to me the one incredible thing is that I'm here tonight in this old familiar room, looking into your friendly faces and telling you these strange adventures. He looked at the medical man. No, I cannot expect you to believe it. Take it as a lie, or perhaps a prophecy. Say I dreamed it in the workshop. Consider I've been speculating upon the destinies of our race until I've hatched this fiction. Treat my assertion of its truth as a mere stroke of art to enhance its interest. And taking it as a story, what do you think of it? He took up his pipe and began, in his old accustomed manner, to tap with it nervously upon the bars of the grate. There was a momentary stillness. Then chairs began to creak and shoes to scrape upon the carpet. I took my eyes off the time traveler's face and looked round at his audience. They were in the dark, and little spots of color swam before them. The medical man seemed absorbed in the contemplation of our host. The editor was looking hard at the end of his cigar, the sixth that he had taken. The journalist fumbled for his watch. The others, as far as I remember, remained motionless. The editor stood up with a sigh. "What a pity it is you're not a writer of his stories," he said, putting his hand on the time traveler's shoulder. "You don't believe it?" "Well, I thought not." The time traveler turned to us. "Where are the matches?" he said, and he lit one and spoke over his pipe as he puffed. "To tell you the truth, I hardly believe it myself. And yet—" His eye fell with a mute inquiry upon the withered white flowers upon the little table. Then he turned over the hand holding his pipe, and I saw he was looking at some half-healed scars on his knuckles. The medical man rose, came to the lamp, and examined the flowers. "The gesanium's odd," he said. The psychologist leaned forward to see, holding out his hand for a specimen. "Well, I'll be hanged if it isn't a 1:45, said the journalist. How shall we get home?" "Oh, plenty of cabs at the station," said the psychologist. "It's a curious thing," said the medical man. "I certainly don't know the natural order of these flowers. May I have them?" The time traveler hesitated, then suddenly, "Certainly not." "Where'd you really get them?" The time traveler put his hand to his head. He spoke like one who was trying to keep He spoke like one who was trying to keep hold of an idea that eluded him. "They were put into my pocket by Weena when I traveled into time." He stared around the room. I'll be damned if it isn't all going. This room, and you, and the atmosphere of every day is too much for my memory. Did I ever make a time machine, or a model of a time machine? Is it all only a dream? They say life's a dream, a precious poor dream at times, but I can't stand another that won't fit its madness. Where did this dream come from? I must look at the machine, if there is one." He caught up the lamp swiftly and carried it, flaring red, through the door into the corridor. We followed him, and there, in the flickering light of the lamp, was the machine, sure enough, squat, ugly, askew, a thing of brass, ebony, ivory, and translucent glimmering quartz. Solid to the touch, for I put out my hand and felt the rail of it, with brown spots and smears upon the ivory, bits of grass and moss upon the lower part of it, and one rail bent awry. The time traveler put the lamp down on his bench and ran his hand along the damaged rail. "It's all right now. The story I told you is true. I'm sorry to have brought you here out in the cold." He took up the lamp, and in an absolute silence, we returned to the smoking room. He came into the hall with us and helped the editor on with his coat. The medical man looked into his face, and with a certain hesitation, told him he was suffering from overwork, at which he laughed hugely. I remember him standing in the open doorway, bawling good night. I shared a cab with the editor. He thought the tale was a gaudy lie. For my own part, I was unable to come to a conclusion. The story was so fantastic and incredible, the telling so credible and sober. I lay awake most of the night thinking about it. I determined to go next day and see the time traveler again. I was told he was in the laboratory, and being on easy terms in the house, I simply went up to him. The lab, however, was empty. I stared for a minute at the time machine and put out my hand and touched the lever. At that, the squat, substantial-looking mass swayed like a bow shaken by the wind. Its instability startled me extremely, and I had a queer reminiscence of the childish days when I used to be forbidden to meddle. I came back through the corridor. The time traveler met me in his smoking room. He was coming from the house. He had a small camera under one arm and a knapsack under the other. He laughed when he saw me and gave an elbow to shake. "I'm frightfully busy with that thing in there." "But is it not some hoax? Do you really travel through time?" "Really and truly I do." And he looked frankly into my eyes, hesitating, his eye wandering about the room. "I only want half an hour. I know why you came, and it's awfully good of you. There's some magazines here. If you'll stop to lunch, I'll prove you this time traveling up to the hilt, specimens and all, if you'll forgive my leaving now." I consented, hardly comprehending the full import of his words, and he nodded and went on down the corridor. I heard the door of the laboratory slam, seated myself in a chair, and took up a daily paper. What was he going to do before lunchtime? Then suddenly I was reminded by an advertisement that I had promised to meet Richardson, the publisher, at 2. I looked at my watch and saw that I could barely save that engagement. I got up and went down the passage to tell the time traveler. As I took hold of the handle of the door, I heard an exclamation, oddly truncated at the end, and a click and a thud. A gust of air whirled round me as I opened the door, and from within came the sound of broken glass falling on the floor. The time traveler wasn't there. I seemed to see a ghostly, indistinct figure sitting in a whirling mass of black and brass for a moment, a figure so transparent that the bench behind with its sheets of drawings was absolutely distinct, but this phantasm vanished as I rubbed my eyes. The time machine had gone. Save for a subsiding stir of dust, the further end of the laboratory was empty. A pane of the skylight, apparently, had just been blown in. I felt an unreasonable amazement. I knew that something strange had happened. For the moment I could not distinguish what the strange thing might be. As I stood staring, the door into the garden opened, and the manservant appeared. We looked at each other, and then ideas began to come. Has, Mr. gone out that way? For context, the time traveler's last name has been redacted here, and so there's just a dash. No, sir. No one has come out this way. I was expecting to find him here. At that I understood. At the risk of disappointing Richardson, I stayed on, waiting for the time traveler, waiting for the second, perhaps still stranger story and the specimens and photographs he'd bring with him. But I'm beginning now to fear that I must wait a lifetime. The time traveler vanished 3 years ago, and as everybody knows now, well, he never returned. Oh, there's an epilogue. Okay, epilogue. One cannot choose but wonder, will he ever return? Maybe that he swept back to the past and fell among the blood-drinking hairy savages of the age of unpolished stone, into the abysses of the Cretaceous Sea, or among the grotesque saurians, the huge reptilian brutes of the Jurassic times. He may even now, if I may use the phrase, be wandering on some plesiosaurus-haunted or lithic coral reef, or beside the lonely saline seas of the Triassic Age? Or did he go forward into one of the nearer ages in which men are still men, but with the riddles of our own time answered and its wearisome problems solved, into the manhood of the race? For I, for my own part, cannot think that these latter days of weak experiment, fragmentary theory, and mutual discord are indeed man's culminating time. I say, for my own part, he, I know, for the question had been discussed among us long before the time machine was made, thought cheerlessly of the advancement of mankind, and saw in the growing pile of civilization only a foolish heaping that must inevitably fall back upon and destroy its makers in the end. If that is so, it remains for us to live as though it were not so. But to me, the future is still black and blank. It's a vast ignorance, lit at a few casual paces by the memory of his story. And I have by me, for my comfort, 2 strange white flowers, shriveled now, brown, and flat, and brittle, to witness that even when mind and strength had gone, gratitude and a mutual tenderness still lived on in the heart of man. And that, my friends, has been my dear little nestlings, my lovely, lovely members of the igloo. That has been the time machine. I love this book. I always forget about the whole section of the book where he jumps even further forward and like the sun starts to go red giant and like the earth stops turning. Like it's wild. It's crazy. It's bonkers. And I love it so much. I don't know if anyone from the Monster of the Week Discord is in here, but if you're a fellow lover of Monster of the Week as I am, the Tome of Mysteries actually has a mystery based on this book. And I've been sitting here, like, you know, occasionally opening the Tome of Mysteries as I'm looking for monsters, as I'm looking for, you know, problems to throw at my Monster of the Week group, and I'm like, oh man, I should do the Time Machine mystery. I should do the Time Machine mystery. It'd be so fun. And now that I've read the book again, I'm just even further hankering to read to throw this mystery at my players just to see what they do with it. Okay. Uh, we've got half hour ish left. Let's see if we can pull up a couple of short stories here. There was. Wait a minute. We already did the 5 jars, didn't we? Didn't we already do the 5 jars? I'm fairly sure. Is the. Yeah, we already did the 5 jars. Why isn't this marked finished? That's weird. Sorry, I sort these in a very particular way behind the scenes. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. Yeah, we already did the 5 jars. Let's do. Oh man, were we gonna do To Choke an Ocean? I think we were gonna do To Choke an Ocean. Yeah. Let's go for To Choke an Ocean and see how far it gets us. And then, I think we will give, yeah, I have another short story that we could do after this if we need another. But let's start in on To Choke an Ocean by Jesse F. Bone. Beautiful, beautiful illustration here. Just kind of like the coral going on, and there's that big old starfish letting out its little bubbles. To Choke an Ocean by J.F. Bone. Gourmets all agree that nothing can beat oysters on the half-shell, not even the armed might of the Terran Confederation. This was reproduced from September 1960 issue of If, and obviously, since we're reading it here, no copyright on this publication was renewed. Before we start, I'm actually going to tell my Discord, which is another great reason for you all to drop by to my Discord in particular, is I tell when we switch stories. Even if it's in the middle of an episode, I announce that we are switching to like a short story or something. You know, like I said, I try to make joining my Discord worth it. Like, yes, there are some interesting folks in here, and yes, I do strive to make it an interesting community, but also I try to have interesting things occurring as much as I can. If you ever want to sit with me while I write Monster of the Week mysteries, or I work on digitizing old media, or what's another one that comes up a lot? Or if while I'm sitting there editing TikToks or something, or while I'm editing stream VODs, occasionally I will just hop into the voice channel and stream my screen, just to kind of have you all body double and do other things, so I am not quite so distracted. I really like it, and I enjoy especially like sometimes people will be in the chat while I'm working on Monster of the Week stuff, and I'll be like, hey, how does this sound? And I'll get some great ideas. Anyway, uh, I digress. Let's dig into this. Once again, this is To Choke an Ocean by J.F. Bone. Nice that you dropped in, the man in the detention room said. Never expected a visit from the Consul General. Makes me feel important. The Confederation takes an interest in all its citizens' welfare, Lansford said. You are important. Incidentally, how's it going? Not too bad. Treat me all right. These natives sure are tough on visitors. Never been checked so thoroughly in all my life. Now this 30-day quarantine. You think I'm carrying the plague instead of a simple case. The chubby little commercial traveler probably had a right to complain, Lansford thought. After all, an Iobian quarantine station isn't the pleasantest sort of environment. Not meant to be comfortable, physical discomfort being as good a way as any to discourage casual visitors. The ones who have fortitude enough to stand the entry regulations can get in, but tourists seldom visit Niobe. However, the planet's expanding economy offered a fertile field for salesmen, and men of that stripe would endure far worse hardships than a port of entry in pursuit of that almighty credit. Now this fellow, George Perkins, was a typical salesman, and despite his soft exterior, there was a good hard core inside it. Lansford looked him over and decided he'd last. You came here of your own free will, didn't you? If you call a company directive free will, wouldn't come here for a vacation if that's what you mean, but the commercial opportunities, you can't ignore them. I suppose not, but you can hardly blame the Niobians for being suspicious of strangers. Perhaps there's no harm in you, but they have a right to be sure they've been burned before, you know. Lansford uncoiled his lean grey length from the chair and walked over to the broad armor-glass window. He stared out at the gloomy view of Niobe's rain-swept polar landscape. You know, you might call this customs service a natural consequence of uninvestigated visitors. He brooded over the greyness outside. A polar view was depressing. Scrubby vegetation, dank grassland, the eternal Niobian rain. He felt sorry for Perkins. 30 days in this place would be sheer torture. Must have been quite some disturbance to result in all this. Perkins waved his hand at the barren room. Sounds like you know something about it. I do. In a way, you might say I was responsible for it. Would you mind telling me? I wouldn't mind at all. Lansford looked at his watch. If I have the time, that is. I'm due to be picked up in an hour, but Niobians have some quaint conceptions of time. If you want to take a chance that I won't finish, go ahead. To start with, take a look at that insignia over the door. The whole story's right there. Perkins eyed the emblem of the Niobian customs service. It was a 5-pointed star surrounding a circle superimposed over the typically Terran motto, "Eternal vigilance is the price of safety." He nodded. How come it's in a Terran style? That's part of the story. Actually, that insignia is a whole chapter of the Niobe's history, but you'll have to know what it stands for. Lansford sighed reminiscently. It began during the banquet that celebrated the signing of the agreement which made Niobe a member of the Confederation. I was the director of B's Niobe division at that time. As a matter of fact, I'd just taken the job over from Alfred Sims. The old man had been ordered back to Terra, take over a job in the administration, and I was the next man in line. The banquet was a flop, of course, like most mixed gatherings involving different races. It was a bit of a compromise affair. Nobody was satisfied. Dragged along in a spirit of suffering resignation, Niobians quietly enduring the tasteless quality of the food, while the Confederation representatives, wearing unobtrusive nose plugs, suffered politely through the watered-down aroma and taste of the Niobian delicacies. All things being considered, it was moving along more smoothly than it had any right to, and if some moron on the kitchen staff hadn't used Tabasco sauce instead of catsup, we'd probably have signed the agreement and gone on happily ever after. Oh, but it didn't work out that way. Of course, it wasn't entirely the kitchen's fault. There'd be some damn fool at the banquet who'd placed the bomb where it'd do some good, and of course I had to be it. But the only thing I have to say in my defense is I didn't know it was loaded. Perkins looked at him expectantly as Lansford paused. Well, don't stop there. You've got me interested. Lansford smiled good-naturedly and went on. We held the banquet in the central plaza of Base Alpha. It was the only roofed area on the planet large enough to hold the crowd of high brass that had assembled for the occasion. We don't do things that way now, but 50 years ago we had a lot to learn. In those days, the admission of a humanoid planet into the Confederation was quite an event. The VIPs thought that the native population should be aware of it. I was sitting between Cronavar and one of the high brass from the Bureau of Interstellar Trade, a fellow named Hartman. I had no business being in that rarefied air, since Kron was one of the 2 first counselors, and Hartman ranked me by a couple of thousand files on the promotion list. But I happened to be a friend of Kron's, so protocol got stretched a bit in the name of friendship. He and I had been through a lot together when I was a junior explorer with a B some 10 years before. We'd kept contact with each other ever since. We could both come up the ladder quite a ways, but the planetary director, by rights, belonged further down the table, so there I was, the recipient of one of the places of honor, and a lot of dirty looks besides. Hartman didn't think much of being bumped one seat away from the top. He wasn't used to associating with mere directors, and besides, I kept him from talking with Kron about trade relations. Kron was busy rehashing the old days when we were opening Niobe to Vizcaya culture. Trade didn't interest him very much, and Hartman interested him less. Niobians are never too cordial to strangers, and he'd never seen the bit man before this meeting. Anyway, the talk got around at the time he introduced me to Vorkum, a native dish that acts as a systemic insect repellent and, well, tastes like one beside. Right then, I got the bright idea that nearly wrecked Niobe. As I'd said, there's both Niobian and Confederation food at the banquet, so I figured it was as good a time as any to get As I said, there was both Niobian and Confederation food at the banquet, so I figured that it was a good time as any to get revenge for what my dog-headed friend did to my stomach a good decade before. So, I introduced him to Terran cooking. Niobians assimilated all right, but their sense of taste isn't the same as ours. Our best dishes are mush to their palates, which are conditioned to sauces, which it makes the most confirmed spice lover on earth run screaming for the water tap. They have a sense of the delicate, too, but it needs to be stimulated with something like liquid fire before they can appreciate it. For instance, Kron liked earth peaches, but he spiced them with horseradish and good pepper. I'll admit he was a good sport. He took the hors d'oeuvres in stride, swallowing such tasteless things as caviar, roquefort, and anchovy paste without so much as a grimace. Of course, I was taking an unfair advantage of Kron's natural courtesy, but it didn't bother me too much. He'd rubbed that Vorkum episode in for years. It was nice to watch him squirm. When I pressed him to try an oyster cocktail, I figured things had gone far enough. He took it, of course, even though anyone who knew Niobians could see that he didn't want any part of it. Magnus, are you aware you do not have a digging permit? Are you aware that you are not, in fact, allowed to be doing that? Oh, sure, avoid the question. I see how it is. Anyway, there was a pleading look in his eye that I couldn't ignore. After all, Kron was a friend. I actually was about to stop him when he pulled an oyster from its red bath and popped it into his mouth. There was a you-will-be-sorry look on his face. I gestured to a waiter to remove the cocktail as he bit into the oyster, figuring, somewhat belatedly, that I'd gone too far. The grateful look I got from him was sufficient reward, but then it happened. Kron stopped looking grateful and literally snatched the cocktail back from the startled waiter. He looked at me with an expression of disgust. There's decent food thus far, and you attempt to send it away? Huh? I didn't want to make you miserable. Miserable? Ha! This dish is wonderful. What in the name of my first ancestor is it? His pleased grin was enough like a snarl to make Hartman cringe in his chair. Since Kron and I were both speaking Niobian rather than Confed, he didn't understand what was happening. Suppose he thought that Kron was about to rip my throat out. It was a natural error, of course. You've seen a dog smile, wonder what was going on behind the teeth. Kron looked something like that. A Niobian with his dog-headed humanoid body is impressive under any conditions. When he smiles, it's downright frightening. I winked at Hartman. Don't worry, sir. Everything's all right. It certainly is, said Kron in Confed. This dish is delicious. Incidentally, friend Lansford, what is it? Tastes something like our Kamal, but a subtle difference in flavor. It's indescribable. It's called an oyster cocktail, Kron. This is a product of your world we would enjoy. Although the sauce is somewhat mild, the flavor of the meat is exquisite. He closed his eyes, savoring the taste further. It would be somewhat better with vodka, or perhaps with calaberries. I shuddered. I'd tried those sauces once. Once was enough. I could still feel the fire. I wonder if you could ship them to us. Hartman's ears pricked up at the word ship. Looked like an opening gambit for a fast sales talk on behalf of interstellar Looked like an opening gambit for a fast sales talk on behalf of interstellar trade, and that was a subject dear to his heart. But I was puzzled. Couldn't figure it out until I tried one of the oysters. after which I knew. Some fool had dished them up in straight Tabasco sauce. Took some time before I could talk, what with trying to wash the fire out of my mouth. During the conversational hiatus, Hartman picked up the ball where I'd dropped it, so I sat by and listened, my burned mouth being in no condition for use. Well, I'm afraid we couldn't ship them, at least not on a commercial basis. Interstellar freight costs are prohibitive when food comes to call. Kron nodded sadly. He passed the oysters to Tovan Harl, his fellow first counselor. Harl went through the same reaction pattern Kron had shown. Well, however, we could send you a few dozen. Maybe you could start a small oyster farm. Is this a plant? No, it's a marine animal with a hard outer shell, just like our Kamal. We could try planting some of them in our oceans. If they grow, we will be very obliged to you, Terrans, for giving us a new taste sensation. Oh, well... Oh, Harl. Does Harl have a voice? Since my tribe is a seafaring one, Harl interjected, they can be raised under my supervision until we find the exact methods to propagate them in our seas. Hartman must have been happy to get off the hook. It was a small request, one that was easy to fulfill. It was a good thing the Niobians didn't realize what concessions they could wring from the bit. The Confederation had sunk billions into Niobe, and was prepared to sink many more if necessary. They'd go to almost any length to keep the natives happy. If that meant starfreighter loads of oysters, then it'd be starfreighter loads of oysters. The Confederation needed the Garanton that grew on Niobe. The commercial worlds needed the anti-aging drug more and more as the exploration of strength... The commercial worlds needed the anti-aging drug more and more as the exploration of space continued, not to mention the popular demand. Niobe was an ideal herbarium for growing the swampland plant from which the complex of alkaloids was extracted. So Hartman made a note of it, and the subject was dropped. I didn't think anything more about it. Kron was happy, Harl was happy, Hartman was feeling pleased with himself. There was no reason to keep the oyster question alive, but it didn't die there. By some sort of telepathy, the Niobians scattered upon the long tables had found out what was getting talked about at the upper end. And by this time I was on the ball again. When the orders went in, I slipped a note to the cooks to use Tabasco or Vanaka on the Niobian orders. It was fortunate there was an ample supply of oysters available, because the banquet dissolved shortly thereafter into an outright oyster feed. The Niobians dropped all pretense. They wanted oysters with Vanaka, with Tabasco, or with coluberries. The more effete preparations didn't rouse the slightest enthusiasm, but the bivalve found its place in the hearts and stomachs of the natives. The oysters ultimately ran out, but one thing was certain. There was a definite bond of affection between our two utterly dissimilar species. The error of good feeling persisted for several hours. There was no more quiet undertone of polite suffering among our guests. They were enjoying themselves. The agreement was signed with hardly an exception being taken to its clauses and wording. Niobe became a full member of the Confederation, with sovereign planetary rights, and the Vizcaya Niobe became a full member of the Confederation, with sovereign planetary rights, and the Vizcaya concentrate began flowing aboard the ships waiting at the polar bases. A day later, I got orders to start winding up the bees installations on Niobe. The consular service would take over after I'd finished. At this, Lansford looked at his watch. Well, we're going to have time. Looks like they'll be late. Want to hear the rest of it? Naturally, I wouldn't want you to stop there. Well, the next 4 years weren't much. We spent most of the time closing down the outposts and regional installations, but it took longer than what I expected with the difficulty in getting shipping space to move anything but Vizcaya concentrate off the planet. Of course, like any of the Confederation bureaus, the bee died hard. With one thing and then another, there was still a lot of our old people left. We still had the main 3 bases on the continental land masses in operating condition, plus a few regional experiment stations on Alpha Continent and the marine biology labs on Varnal Island. I'd just closed the last regional stations on Beta and Gamma when Heinz Bergdorf paid me an official call. Heinz was a senior biologist on Varnal. He was a good-looking lad of Teutonic ancestry, one of those big blonde kids who fooled you. He didn't look like a scientist, but his skull held more knowledge of Niobe's oceans than was good for a single man. He'd have to unlearn a lot of it before he took his next job, or, well, so I thought at the time. Anyway, Hines came into my office looking like someone'd stolen his favorite fishnet. The expression of Olympian gloom on his beak-nosed face would have done credit to Zeus. Didn't take any great amount of brains to see that Hines was worried. It stuck out all over him, draped himself limply in the chair beside my desk. "I got travels, Chief." I grinned up at him, knew perfectly well why he was here. Something had come up that was too big for him to handle. It was Hines's only fault, a belief in the omnipotence of a higher authority. If he couldn't handle it, well, it was certainly that I could. Even though I knew nothing of either his specialty or of his problems. However, I liked the man. I did my best to give him the fatherly advice he occasionally needed, although we would have been better off half the time if he hadn't taken it. "Well, what's the trouble now? From the look on your face, it must be unpleasant, or perhaps you're just suffering from indigestion." "Well, it's not indigestion, Chief." "Well, don't keep me in suspense. Tell me so I can worry too." I didn't like the way he looked. Of course, I'd been expecting trouble for the past year. Things had been going far too smoothly. "The oysters," Bergdorf said laconically. "Oysters?" I looked at him incredulously. Bergdorf sat straight up in his chair and faced me. There was no humor in his eyes. "For God's sake, you frightened me." For God's sake, you frightened me for a moment. You're joking, I hope." "Far from it. I said oysters. I mean oysters. It's no joke. Just who was the unutterable idiot who planted them here?" It took me a moment to remember. "Hartman, of the Bit. He ordered them delivered at the request of Cronavar and Tovan Harl. Suppose Harl planted them, never paid very much attention to it." "Well, you should have. Been better if they'd imported Bengal tigers. How long ago did the infernal insanity happen?" "Right after that agreement was signed, I guess. I'm sure it was no earlier than that. The Niobians met up with oysters for the first time at that affair." But I didn't still quite get it. There was no doubt that Hines was serious. I tried to remember something about oysters, but other than the fact they were good to eat and produced pearls, I couldn't think of anything. Yet Bergdorf looked like the end of the world was at hand. There was something here that didn't add up. "Well, get on with it. As far as marine biology is concerned, I'm as innocent as a Loranian virgin. Tell me, what's wrong with the oysters?" "Well, nothing. That's the trouble. They're nice, healthy specimens of terrestrial Australuridia. Found a floating limb with about a dozen of spat clinging to it." "Spat?" "Immature oysters." "Oh, is that bad?" "Oh, sure it's bad. I'd better explain. On Earth, an oyster wouldn't be anything to worry about, even though it produces somewhere between 16 and 60 million fertile eggs every year. On Earth, there's tremendous fertilities necessary for survival, but here on Niobe, where they don't have any natural enemies to speak of, well, it's deadly. Just take these dozen spat we found. Year after next, they'd be breeding size. They'd produce about 300 million larvae. And if everything goes right, some 3 years later, those 300 million would produce 9,000 trillion baby oysters. You imagine how much territory 9,000 trillion oysters is going to cover? I stopped listening right then and started looking at the map of Niobe pinned on the wall. Good Lord, they'd cover the whole eastern seaboard of Alpha from pole to pole, Bergdorf said smugly. Well, actually, you're a bit over on your guess, considering the short, free-swimming stage of the larvae, slow eastern seaboard currents, poor bottom conditions, and overcrowding. Doubt if they'd cover more than 1,000 miles of coastline by the 4th year, most of them dying from environmental pressures. But that isn't the real trouble. Niobe's oceans aren't like us. They're shallow, rare spot that's over 40 fathoms deep. Oysters can grow almost anywhere because of it. That's what'll happen if they aren't stopped inside of 2 decades. They're gonna destroy this place." "Oh, you're being alarmist." "Not so much as you might think. I don't suppose the oysters will invade dry land and chase the natives from a rain puddle to another, but they'll grow without checking. Build oyster reefs that menace navigations, change the chemical composition of Niobe's oceans, pollute the water with organic debris of their rotting bodies, so on and so forth, changing the ecological environment of this world. Only the hardiest and most adaptable life forms are going to survive it." "But they'll be self-limiting."
Oh, sure, but by the time they limit themselves, they'll eliminate just about everything else.
If you're right, then there's only one thing to do. Have to let the natives know what the score is, start taking steps to get rid of them.
Though I'm right, I don't think you'll find anyone who will disagree with me even. Kicked this around at the lab for quite a spell before I came up here with it.
Then you've undoubtedly thought of some way to get rid of them.
Well, of course, that was the first thing we did. Answer's obvious.
Not to me.
Ah, sure. Starfish. They'll sweep up the extra oysters. Jig time.
Won't the starfish get too numerous?
I don't know. They die off pretty fast without a source of food. From what we can find out about Niobe's oceans, there's virtually no acceptable food for starfish other than them oysters and maybe some microscopic animal life. Wouldn't sustain an adult.
Okay, I believe you. But you still leave me cold. I can't remember anything about a starfish that'd help him break an oyster shell. Bergdorf grinned at this.
I see you need a course in marine biology. Here's a thumbnail sketch. You take the oyster, for example. He's got a big muscle called an abductor, closes his shell. You've got a bunch of abductors in you too, but that's beside the point. And for a while, he can exert a terrific pull, but a steady tension of about 900 grams tires him out after about an hour or so. Then the muscle relaxes and the shell, well, it gapes open. Now, the starfish can exert about 1,300 grams of tension with his tube feet, and since he's got so many of them, he doesn't have to use them all at one time. So they shift feet while they get tired. He exerts the pull pretty much indefinitely. Starfish climbs up on the oyster shell, attaches a few dozen tube feet to the outside of each valve, and starts pulling. After a while, the oyster gets tired, shell opens up, starfish pushes its stomach out through its mouth, wraps the stomach around the soft parts of the oyster, and digests it right there in the shell.
I shuddered.
Gruesome, innit? But it's nothing to worry about. Starfish have been eating oysters on the half shell for millions of years. In fact, I'll bet a starfish eats more oysters in its lifetime than the most confirmed oyster addict does.
It's not the fact that they eat them. It's the way they do it that makes me ill.
Why should it, after all? A starfish and a human being have a lot in common. Like them, you've eaten oysters on a half shell. They're usually alive when you gulp them down. Can't see where our digestive juices are any easier on the oyster than the starfish's.
Remind me to never eat another raw oyster. On second thought, you won't have to. You've ruined my appetite for them forever.
Bergdorf chuckled. Well,
now that you've disposed of one of my eating habits, let's get back to the problem. I presume that you'll have to find where the oysters are before you start working them over with starfish.
well, you've hit the reason why I'm here. That's the big problem. Want to find the source.
Don't you know?
Well, I can make a pretty good guess. We picked this limb out of the equatorial current. You know, Varnal Island, situated right at the western termination of the current, but so we don't get much littoral stuff unless it comes from the islands of West Beta. As far as I can figure, the islands are the best bet. This bat probably came from the Pylones, the island group in the middle of the current, about halfway across.
It'd be a good bet. They're uninhabited. If Farrell wanted an isolated spot to conduct oyster planting experiments, I wouldn't think of a better location. Nobody in his right mind would visit that place willingly. The islands support the damnedest assortment of Siths you ever saw.
Well, if that's where it is, we can thank heaven for for the native's suspicious nature. Location may help us save the world.
I laughed at him. Don't be so grim, Heinz, or so godlike. We're not going to save any worlds.
Well, someone's got to save them.
We don't qualify. We'll chase the business down. We'll find out where the oysters come from, get an idea of how bad things are, then let the Niobians know about it. If anyone's going to save this planet, it won't be a bunch of Confederation exploration specialists.
Yeah, you're right, of course.
I slapped him on the shoulder. Cheer up, Heinz. I turned to my appointment calendar and checked it over. There was nothing on it that couldn't wait a few days. Tell you what, I need a vacation from this place. We'll take my atomic job, go oyster hunting. Ought to be fun. Burdorf's grin was like a sunrise on Cardon. Sorry, I want to interject while there's a little break here. If the Niobians love oysters this much, why don't you just inform the Niobians that the oysters are in fact an invasive species and have no natural predator? So that the Niobians can become the natural predator. Like, clearly they have as much control over their planet as much as humans do. Like, do like a DNR type thing, you know? Oh, ow, library. You gotta slow down and you gotta target your jumps better. That hurt. Frequent co-host library once again joining us. But like, you know how we've gotten rid of a lot of the natural predators of white-tailed deer, and so the DNR is like, hey, you can get rid of X amount of deer as a collective during hunting season, right? Why don't they just inform the Niobian government that, hey, oysters are now an invasive species. You're gonna have more of them than you can eat if you do not carefully police populations up for them. So start putting in infrastructure to soak up all these oysters, because Lord knows you're all gonna want to eat them anyway. But who knows? Maybe that's gonna happen. We'll find out. We're only 38% of the way through the book. Anyway, I brought the copter down slowly through the overcast, feeling my way cautiously down to the ground that the radar told me was somewhere below. We were hardly 150 meters up before it became visible through the drenching tropic rain. Unless you've seen it, you literally cannot imagine what the rain's really like until you've been in the Niobian tropics. Swamps everything, including your visibility. It was the Pyrilones, all right. The last time I'd seen them was when I had led the rescue party that pulled Wilson Chung and his passengers out of the Beryl Ocean, but they were still the same tiny deserted spots of land surrounded by coral reefs. We were over the largest one of the group, a rounded hammock, barely a kilometer in diameter, surrounded by a barrier reef of coral. Between the reef and the island, a shallow lagoon lay in sullen grayness, its surface broken into innumerable tiny wavelets by the continuous splash of rain. The land itself was a solid mass of olive-green vegetation that ended abruptly at a narrow beach. Well, we're here. Grim-looking place, isn't it? Whoever spoke of the beauties of tropical islands didn't have Niobe in mind. Place looks like something left behind by a cow. I couldn't help but chuckle. The simile was a little too close for comfort. I tilted the rotors, and we went down to hover about 10 meters off the beach. Bergdorf pointed down on the beach. I headed the copter in that direction as Bergdorf looked out the bubble, intently scanning the waters of the lagoon. Finally, he looked up with an expression of understanding on his lean face. No wonder I missed them, he murmured with awe. There's so many on the floor of the lagoon that there's no floor of the lagoon to spot them against. They cover the whole thing. You might as well set it down here. As good a place as any. I throttled back and landed the whirlybird on the beach. You had your quota of Vorkum? I asked as Bergdorf reached for the door handle. The biologist made a wry face. Naturally, you think I'd be fool enough to go outside without it? I wouldn't know. All I'm sure of is that if you're going to get out here, you better be loaded. I followed after him as he opened the door and jumped down to the ground. A small horde of Siths instantly left the cover of the jungle and buzzed out to investigate. A few years ago, that would have been the signal for ray beams at fan aperture, but both Bergdorf and I ignored them, trusting the protection of the Vorkum. The beasties made a tactical pass at Hines, thought the better of it, and came wheeling over in my direction. I could almost see the disappointed look in their eyes as they caught my aura, put on the brakes, and returned, disappointed, to shelter under the broadleaves. Whatever Vorkum did, it certainly convinced insects that we were... Whatever Vorkum did, it certainly convinced insects that we were antisocial and inedible. Library knocked my phone over. Why you gotta do this to me, kitty? I was on a roll. Anyway. One or two ventured back and buzzed hopefully around our heads before giving up in disgust. Beats me what they live on, Bergdorf said, gesturing at the iridescent flash the last bloodsuckers that disappeared beneath the broad leaves. As long as it isn't us, I don't give a damn. Maybe they live on decaying vegetable matter until something live and bloody comes along. Anyway, they seem to get along. Bergdorf walked a few steps to the water's edge. Won't even have to go swimming, he said as he walked into the water a few steps, bent, and came up with what looked like a handful of rocks. Oysters? I asked, turning one over in my hand. Yep, nice little old Iridia. About 3 years old, I guess, just ripe for breeding. I never seen 'em growing so close to the shore. They must be stacked on top of each other out there a ways.
Probably millions of them in this lagoon alone.
Well, we've found where they're coming from. All that's left is what to figure to do about it.
Well, we'd still better check Beta. Might have possibly reached there.
Not unless someone's planting them. You're forgetting the ocean currents. Not unless someone's planting them.
You're forgetting the ocean currents.
No, I was thinking of planted areas.
Well, think again.
No. I do have that dialogue backwards. Not unless someone's planted them. You're forgetting the ocean currents.
No, I was thinking of planted areas.
Well, think again. You may know your biology, but I know Niobians. They're too suspicious to bring untried things too close to where they live. They've been that way ever since I can remember them. And I don't think that anything... Hang on. Excuse me. Sir? What are you doing? Can you behave? I'm almost done reading. He's causing problems to get me out of the chair so I can go to bed. Just behave for like not long at all. Like 30 minutes at the longest. Please. Where was I? Been that way as long as I can remember them, and I don't think that anything, even something as delightful as an oyster, will make them change overnight.
I sure hope you're right.
Oh, we'll check Beta all right, but you can send a couple of your boys to do it. No sense in our wasting time with it. I heard the noise behind us before Bergdorf did. We turned in time to see four Niobians emerge from the jungle and glide purposefully toward us. The tribal tattoos on their chests identified them as members of Tovan Hall's commune. I nudged Hines and muttered, "We've got company." The natives approached to within a few paces. They stood politely to leeward while one of their number approached.
"I'm sorry," he said without the normal introduction. "This is leased land. You will have to leave at once. And will you please return the oysters to the lagoon? It's not permitted to remove them."
"Oh, all right. We're through here anyway. We'll go to the other islands and be off."
"The other islands are also leased property. When you leave, I will radio the other guards, and you will not be permitted to land."
"That's not according to your customs."
"I realize that, Mr. Lansford, but I have given oath to keep all trespassers out."
I nodded. It wasn't usual. Wondered what Harl had in mind. Possibly a planetary monopoly. If that was his plan, he was due for a surprise.
"That's very commendable, but these oysters are going with me. I need 'em for evidence." "I'm sorry, sir. The oysters stay here."
"Don't be a fool, Hines. They're in the right. The oysters are their property. If you try to take them, you'll be in trouble up to your ears."
"But I need those oysters, Arthur. Probably the only adult oyster tissue on Niobe is on these islands. I need a sample."
"Well, it's your knack. Don't be too hard on him," I said, turning to the native. "He's quite an important man." The Niobian nodded and grinned.
"Don't worry, sir. He won't feel a thing. But I really wish to apologize for our rudeness. If conditions were different, well..."
He paused and turned toward Bergdorf, who was climbing into the copter with his oysters still in hand. I wasn't surprised that he didn't make it. In fact, I'd have been more surprised if he had. Hines crumpled to the ground beside the ship. One of the natives came forward, took the oysters from his limp hand, and threw them back into the lagoon. "All right, you fellows clobbered him, so now you can get him into the ship."
"That is only fair. We do not want to cause you any extra inconvenience."
He gestured to his companions. Between them, they got Bergdorf's limp body into the ship and strapped into one of the seats. They got out, I got in, and within a minute the two of us got out of there, going straight up through the overcast to get a celestial bearing for home. I kept looking at Bergdorf's limp body and grinning. It was nearly an hour before he woke up.
"What hit me?"
"The subsonics. They should have scared you to death."
"Oh, I fainted?"
"Sure you did. You couldn't help it. They hit like a ton of brick."
"They certainly do."
"They can kill. I've seen them do it. Niobians generate them naturally. They can focus them pretty well. Probably this quality was one of their forms of defense against predators in their early days. A survival trait. There are enough natives present to augment the impulses. They can get downright nasty."
"I know,"
Bergdorf said, nodding. He stopped talking and looked out over the sun-drenched top of the overcast.
Looks like Tovan Har wants to keep the oyster farm a private matter. In a way, he's doing us a favor, but I'd still feel happier if I had one or two of those oysters.
Why do you need them?
Well, I plan on getting a couple of the Navy's organic detectors, sending them for oyster protoplasm. You know how sensitive the gadgets are. There might be a small but significant change in oyster protoplasm since it's arrived here.
Well, you don't need to worry. I put one of your pets in my pocket before the natives show up, so you've got what you need. I pulled the oyster out and handed it to him. It didn't look any the worse for its recent rough treatment.
No, I can trust you, Chief. You're sneaky.
And I laughed at him. We arrived back at Alpha without trouble. I shooed Bergdorf back to Varnell with the one oyster, and a promise that I'd back him up in any requisitions he cared to make. After that, I checked up on the bee business I'd neglected for the past couple of days, and finally, late that night, took out one of the base's floaters and drove slowly down the trail to Kron's village. While Earth-style civilization had done much to improve transport and communication on Niobe, it hadn't, and still hasn't for that matter, produced a highway that can stand up to the climate. Roads simply disappear in the bottomless mud, so whatever vehicular transport exists on Niobe is in the form of floaters, whose big sausage-shaped tires give enough flotation to stay on top of the ooze and sufficient traction to move through the morass that is Niobe's surface. They're clumsy, slow, and hard to steer, but they get you there, which is something that you can't say about most other vehicles. Kron's village had changed somewhat since I last visited it. The industrial section was new. The serried ranks of low-durawl buildings gleamed metallically in the glare of the floaters' lights, glistening with the sheets of water that ran from their roofs and sides. The power broadcast station that stood in the center of the village hadn't been there either. But other than that, everything was pretty much the same as it always been, an open space in the jungle filled with stone-walled, thatched-roof houses, squatting gloomily in the endless rain. Appreciate the lurk, Arnell. Enjoy. The industry, such as it was concentrated solely upon the production of Iskaya concentrate. It made little difference in the Niobian way of life, which was exactly as the native wanted it. Good evening, Arno. I'm happy that you dropped by. We are reading To Choke an Ocean by J.F. Bone. We're about halfway through it. It was odd, I reflected, how little change had taken place in Niobian society, despite better than 2 decades of exposure to Confederation technology. Actually, the Confederation could leave tomorrow. They'd hardly be missed. There'd be no cultural vacuum. Strangers would simply be gone. Possibly some of our artifacts would be used. The atomic power broadcast station would probably stay, and so would the high-power radio, and perhaps some of the gadgetry that the natives acquired from us would be used until it was worn out, but the pattern of the old ways would stay pretty much as it had always been. Niobian culture was primarily philosophical rather than technological, and it preferred to remain that way. I parked my floater beside the house that had sheltered Kron as long as I'd known him, and entered without announcing myself. As an old friend, I had this privilege, though I seldom used it. But if I had come formally, there'd been an endless rigmarole of social convention that had to be satisfied before we could get down to business, and I strictly did not want to waste the time. Kron was seated behind a surprisingly modern desk, reading a book by the light of a Confederation glow tube. I looked at its title, The Analects of Confucius, and blinked. I'd heard of it. It and Machiavelli's Prince are classics on governmental personality and philosophy, but I'd never read it. Yet here, hundreds of light years from homeworld, this naked alien was reading and obviously enjoying the ancient work. Made me feel oddly ashamed of myself. He looked up at me, nodded a greeting, and laid the book down with a faint expression of regret on his dog-like face. I found a chair and sat down silently. I wonder how he found time to read. My job with the bee kept me busy every day of the 279-day year, and his, which was more important and exacting than mine, gave him time to read philosophy. I sighed. Something I could never understand. I waited for him to speak. As host, it was his duty to open the wall of silence which separated us.
Greetings, friend Lansford. My eyes are happy with the pleasure of beholding you.
He spoke in the ancient Niobian formula of hospitality, but he made it sound as though he actually really meant it. It is a double joy to behold the face of my friend and to hear his voice, I replied in the same language. Then I switched to Confed for the business I had in mind. Their polite forms are far too clumsy and uncomfortable for business use. It takes half a day to get an idea across. It seems as though I'm always coming to you with trouble.
What now? Every time I see you, I hope that we can relax and enjoy our friendship, but every time you are burdened. Are you Earthmen forever filled with troubles, or does my world provoke them?
A little of both, I suppose. Kron hummed, the Niobian equivalent of laughter.
I have been observing you Earthmen for the past 20 years, and I have yet to see one of you completely relaxed. You take yourselves much too seriously. After all, my friend, life is short at best. We should enjoy some of it. Tell me your troubles. Perhaps there's no cause to worry.
Oh, you're wrong, Kron. There's plenty of cause to worry. This can affect the well-being of everything on this world. Kron's face sharpened into lines of interest.
Continue, friend Lansford.
It's those oysters the Bit sent you a few years ago. They're getting out of hand.
I was afraid that it
was something serious. That's what I told Heinz Bergdorf when he came to me with this story. Sober down and listen. This is serious. For context, if you missed it, they have imported Earth oysters to this other planet, forgetting how, invasive species work, and so these Earth oysters are just expanding to completely fill these oceans. And this planet has really, really shallow oceans, like 40 fathoms at the most deep, I think is what they said. And so there's just oysters, just like a giant tidal wave of oysters starting to cover the whole sea. That's what you missed. Anyway.
Sounds pretty grim,
Kron said after I'd finished.
But how is it that your people didn't foresee the danger? Something as viciously reproductive as the oyster should be common knowledge.
Not on our world. You see, the study of sea life is a specialized science on Earth. It's one of the faults of our technological civilization. Everyone must specialize from the time he enters secondary school. Unless one specializes in marine biology, one generally knows little or nothing about it.
Odd. Very odd. But then, you Earthmen were always a peculiar race. Now, if I heard you right, I believe you said there's an animal on your world which preys upon these oysters? Starfish?
Yes.
Won't this animal be as destructive as the oyster?
Well, Bergdorf doesn't think so, and I do trust his judgment.
Won't this animal also kill our Kamal? They are like these oysters of yours in a way.
But they burrow and the starfish doesn't. They'll be safe enough. Kron sighed.
I knew that association with your people would prove to be a mixed blessing.
He shrugged his shoulders and turned his chair to his desk. A Niobian face appeared on the screen.
Call a council meeting and let me know when it is ready.
Yes, Counselor.
Well, that's that. Now we can relax until the council manages to get together.
How long will that take?
I haven't the least idea. Several days, several weeks. All depends on how soon we can get enough council members together to conduct business.
I'd like to have your outlook, but we're fighting against time.
You Earthmen pick the most impossible opponents. Should learn to work with time rather than against it.
He pulled at one ear reflectively.
You know, it's strange that your race could produce ethical philosophers like this one.
He tapped the Analects with a webbed forefinger.
Such contrast of thought on a single world is almost incredible.
Oh, you haven't seen the half of it. But I'm inclined to agree with you. Earth is an incredible world. Fortunately, there was a battle cruiser in the polar spaceport on a goodwill mission. We had no trouble about getting the detectors Bergdorf needed, plus a crew to run them. The Navy is cooperative about such things, and every officer knows the importance of the bee on a planetary operation. We could have had the entire cruiser if we really wanted and needed it. A week later, the 4 Marine Lab ships, each equipped with a detector, started a search of Niobe's oceans.
Their atomic power plants could drive them along at a respectable speed. Bergdorf and I expected a preliminary report within a month, and we weren't disappointed. The results were shocking, but not unexpected. Preliminary search revealed no oysters in the other two major oceans, but the Baril Ocean was badly infested. There were groups and islands of immature oysters along the entire coast of the equatorial current and tropical coast of Alpha. Practically every island group in the central part of the ocean showed traces of the bivalves. It was amazing how far they'd spread. Even the northern shallows had a number of thriving young colonies. Bergdorf was right. Another year and we'd have been swamped. As it was already nothing to laugh about. The news reached Kron just before the council meeting, which, like most of Niobe's off-season politics, had been delayed time after time. Since a council meeting requires an attendance of 90% of the council, it had been nearly impossible to schedule an assembly where a quorum could be present, but our news broadcasts over the B radio reached every corner of the planet, and the note of urgency in them finally produced results. The Niobians held the emergency session at Base Alpha, where our radio could carry the proceedings to the entire planet. Whatever else they may be, Niobian government sessions are open to the public. Since the advent of radio, practically the entire public listens in. Sorry, I'm trying to make sure I don't develop hiccups right now. Yeah, there we go, good. Like the natives, I listened too. I wasn't surprised when Kron appeared in my office, eyes red and swollen from lack of sleep, but with a big grin on his face that exposed his sharp sectorial teeth. Well, that's over, friend Lansford. Now send us your starfish. That's easier said than done. I've contacted the Confederation. They won't ship 20 pounds of starfish, let alone the 20,000 tons Bergdorf says we'll need. Why not? Are they crazy? They want to destroy us? Neither. This is just a sample of bureaucracy at work. The starfish is classed as a pest on Earth. Confederation regulations forbid the exportation of pests to member planets. Well, we need them. I realize that, but the fact hasn't penetrated to the highest brass. The big boys can't simply see it. By the time we'll marshal enough evidence to convince them, it'll be too late. Knowing how administration operates, I'd say that it'd take at least a year for them to become convinced. Another 2 months for them to act, perhaps? We simply can't wait that long. Your man Bergdorf has convinced me we're in deadly danger. You're going to have to wait, unless you can find some way to jaw them out of their rut. Kron looked thoughtful. I think that can be done, friend Lansford. As I recall, your bureaus are... well, timid things. Furthermore, we have something they want pretty bad. I think we can apply pressure. But won't your people object? Doesn't that deny your basic philosophy of non-interference with others? Kron grinned ferociously. Not at all. Not at all. Like others of your race, you've never understood the real significance of our social philosophy. What it actually boils down to is simply this. We respect the customs and desires of others, but require in turn that they respect ours. You mean that you'll use force against the rest of the Confederation? You can't do that. You wouldn't stand a chance against the Navy. We'll first try a method we've used with our own tribes who get out of line. I don't think anything more will be necessary. It goes against the grain to do this, but we're left no choice. He turned and left the room without a farewell, which was a measure of his agitation. I sat there behind my desk, wondering what the Niobians could do. Like my ex-boss Alfred Sims, I had a healthy respect for them. Just could be that they could do plenty. They could. Organization, man, you've never seen anything like what the Niobians tossed at our startled heads. We always thought the Planetary Council was a loose and ineffective sort of thing, but what happened within the next 20 hours had to be seen to be believed. I saw it, but it was days before I believed it. Within a day, the natives had whipped up an organization, agreed on a plan of action, and put it into effect. By noon of the next day, Niobe was a closed planet. A message was sent to the Confederation informing that Niobe was withdrawing until the emergency was over. An embargo was placed on all movement of shipping, and everything stopped. No factories operated. Big star freighters stood idle and empty at the polar bases. Not 1 ounce of Garanton or its concentrate precursor left Niobe. Smiling groups of Niobians using subsonics to enforce their demands paralyzed everything the Confederation had operated on the planet. No one was hurt, mind, but no one was hurt, mind. The natives were still polite and friendly, but Confederation business came to an abrupt halt and stayed halted. It was utterly amazing. I'd never heard of a planet-wide boycott before, but Niobe was currently within her rights. The Confederation had to accept it. And of course, the Confederation capitulated. If the Niobians were fools enough to want pests as a condition of resuming Vizcaya shipments, well, that was their affair. The Confederation needed Vizcaya, was willing to do anything, almost, to ensure its continued supply. With full power of the Confederation turned to giving Niobe what she wanted, it wasn't long before the oysters were under control. We established a systematic seeding procedure for the starfish that kept arriving by the freighter load. In a few months, Bergdorf reported that an ecological balance had been achieved. But didn't the starfish create another pest problem? Not at all. I told you that the Niobians had a quite odd sense of taste. Starfish proved to be quite acceptable to the Niobian palate, simply added another item to Niobe's food supply. Birkin shuddered delicately. Wouldn't eat one of those things in a million years. You're going to have to eat Vorkum if you expect to survive on this world. Compared to Vorkum, starfish is sheer pleasure. But that wasn't the end of it, you see. Shortly after things had simmered down to normal, Kron dropped into my office. I think, Lansford, he said, that we are going to have to create a permanent organization to keep unwanted visitors out. This little affair has been a much-needed lesson. I've been reading about your planetary organization, and I think a thing like your customs service is vitally needed on our world to prevent future undesirable biological importations. I agree. Anything that would prevent a repetition of this business would be advisable. So that was how the customs service started. The insignia you'll recognize is a starfish opening an oyster. Unfortunately, the Niobians are quite literally minded. When they say any biological importation will be quarantined and examined, they mean Confederation citizens too. And that, of course, was the entering wedge. You'll find things quite home-like once you get out of here. The natives have developed an organization that's a virtual copy of our administrative branch. Customs, as you know, is a triumph of the bureaucratic system, and naturally the idea spread. Once the natives got used to a permanent government organization that was available at all times, only became a question of time before the haphazard tribal organization became replaced by a planetary union. You could almost say it was an inevitable consequence. Lansford grinned. The Niobians didn't realize that the importation of foreign customs was almost as bad as the importation of foreign animals. He chuckled at the unconscious pun. All right, that was To Choke an Ocean. Fascinating little 60s tale about invasive species and how sometimes you can solve the problem with another problem. That does actually sometimes work. Like we will accidentally introduce an invasive species and then we will introduce their natural predator from where they're from. And then because the natural predator doesn't have like as high or as much of an ecological impact, it just stabilizes. It's a big, big gamble. You have to have a very complete understanding of the biosphere you're dropping it into. But when it works, it works. But indeed, Raz, I am still reading. I'm actually just wrapping up. That was the last story for the night. Tonight we finished up The Time Machine by H.G. Wells and To Choke an Ocean by J.F. Bone. And I will definitely be digging up more of J.F. Bones' work if I can. That was really good. I really, really dug that. That was really fun, like, mildly speculative sci-fi. I would describe it comfortably. Yeah. Let me promote my things one more time. Once again, this is a podcast. I don't know if I have made that clear enough tonight.
this is a podcast, so if you liked what you heard tonight, and you would rather have listen to it as a podcast feed, edited versions of these episodes go up to the podcast feed all at once on the 10th. It's as much as 800 megabytes will hold. So last month we had 4+ hour, like I think it was almost 6 hours of Dracula, because I was just like, I need to finish this book. Yeah, I also have a YouTube channel. If you ever feel like you have been missing out on the streams I've been doing, that's where all the VODs go. Those VODs go up, one from the Tuesday stream of video games, and one from the, well, I should say Tuesday stream of games, because we've done tabletop RPGs and stuff. One from the Tuesday streams, and one from Paper Cuts each Saturday. Also on that YouTube channel is one little TikTok style short video clip, one a day. Yes, that does include Saturday. I also have a TikTok, begrudgingly. I don't like TikTok very much, but I will say that it has been interesting to try and cut myself down to that particular short form content style. What else do I have? I already promoted the podcast. I already promoted YouTube. We got a Discord. We got a Discord around here. Most streamers have a Discord these days. It's nice to have a little bitty community. It's nice to have a little bitty community space that's not inherently tied to the content. We do a lot. I have a lot going on in the Discord. You want to suggest books for me for Paper Cuts? Yell on the Paper Cuts channel. You want to yell about the books we've been reading? Also the Paper Cuts channel. I post once a week the sourdough loaf that I have been working on, because I have a sourdough starter. And my Discord's the only place you can see it after I cut into the bread. Everybody else just gets the outside crust. I think that's everything. I think that's all my things to promote for tonight. Yeah, next week we'll be picking up another story. Once again, I will be needing to look at the queue of books that I have planned and see if I can fit in Pinocchio for the Codex Book Club later this month. We'll see. You will know by next Friday. Hopefully we'll be back at my house by next Friday. Ideally, we'll be back at my house by next Tuesday. Speaking of, that's the last thing that I have to promote for tonight, which is the fact that I stream not only Friday nights at 8 for Paper Cuts, but also Tuesday nights at 8, where I play a game of some kind. We've recently been playing a wonderful video game called Control. We've played a wide variety of games, not just video games. We've played a couple of solo tabletop RPGs. We've done like world building games, stuff like that. We've done some journaling games. We've played just like cards once or twice. Like, it's just generally the whatever I want to play. It's mostly just me reminding myself that I am allowed to enjoy videos game and other various leisure activities, if I'm entirely honest. But it's nice to have you all around while we do it, especially for the journaling games. We've got a journaling game coming up in the pipe here. I won't spoil which one, but it is a review copy very graciously provided by the author. So when we're closer to being done with Control, I will yell about that. Anyway, this has been Paper Cuts, and I hope it didn't sting.